So next target, I get
your coronavirus containment field that you have sitting behind
Chuck.
you.
Nice to say anything further about that device.
Oh, right on. Okay.
Just saying.
Right. Yeah.
Just saying. Flattens to make this disc. Okay. It's what happens when you spin pizza dough. It flattens. Okay. Yeah. Just saying. And so if you took Pillsbury Doughboy,
right,
and started spinning him, he'd flatten. Okay.
Wow.
Hazardous activity. And so you have all this gas that there is a shock wave and galaxies that don't rotate much at all, they don't flatten out. Cool stuff. So we live in they don't flatten out. Really cool galaxy because we have a lot of stuff going on.
Nice.
He's from outer space. And nothing preventing that. So if there was a perfect mirror 33 million light years away, okay?
Okay.
And
33 million years.
No.
Wait, 33 million.
No. Check.
Wait, what am I missing?
Check. Don't make me go in this. They don't flatten out. Slap you. Okay. So there's a mirror 33 million light years away. Okay.
Oh, 66. Right.
If you put a mirror 66 million years later, don't flatten out. Because just think about it. Just imagine that beginning to happen.
The world makes up and holds together is space, the flat surface for us.
Yeah, it could be, but I don't think it requires higher dimensions to contain us. It could just be that our life in 3 spatial dimensions, 1 time dimension, is the flat surface for the 5, 6. Right. They told me. Ooh, I just put fingerprints on it.
That's very cool, though.
Yeah. All right. So thank you all. And if you haven't subscribed. And galaxies that don't rotate much at all, they don't flatten out.
I've had you up to here.
It's like the moons. Everybody's enthusiastic about the moon. We were just talking to John about NASA, and of course China has plans for putting humans on the moon again. We've been gone for a long time, but there's some level of enthusiasm now that we haven't seen in some time.
Yeah, there is. And of course, the question is there a space race? I think it's halfway between an actual race and oh ho hum. I think it's a healthy competition. But it's not just the U.S. and China. India has sent a probe around the moon. Japan has sent one there. The Russians have sent their own unmanned missions, and they're thinking of going back. There's a commercial mission that Israel's going to be launching that'll land on the moon. So and of course Elon Musk is going to send a whole bunch of tourists around the moon in a couple of years. So it's sort of like that song back in the '60s. Everyone's going on to the moon. That's actually happening as we speak.
Well, we better talk to you while we can before you go off on Elon's little mission. Keith, great to see you. Thank you.
Everybody gets to go to the moon. Yeah, everybody's going to the moon. Get on it now. You know, everybody's going to the moon.
Everybody knows the moon's made of cheese.
You're going to the moon. In the 1960s and 70s, we'd have been back by now. Therefore, we've never been to the moon. Well, no, we have been to the moon, and there's a reason why we haven't been back.
Everyone's gone to the moon.
61. Men like Werner von Braun, but also the US Air Force and the US Army. All of these institutions had ideas on how to go to the moon, and
Everyone's gone to the moon.
it was really just the presidential support for the fastest way possible that led to Apollo. So Apollo
Everybody gets to go to the moon, yeah.
was really the quick and dirty way to meet a national goal to show that the United States was stronger than an enemy.
Space, rockets, and all that.
Wow! Going to the
moon! Talk to us from the Sea of Tranquility. It inspires us to redouble our efforts to bring peace and tranquility to Earth.
Bang zoom.
No one ever talks about flat Earth.
One of the new Australians.
The land of wonder. The land down under.
Your only part is love.
Never wet. Hands full of money. All in debt. Sun coming out in the middle of June. Everyone's gone to the moon.
All the people on this earth are truly one. One in their pride in what you have done, and one in our prayers that you will return safely to earth.
Honor for us to be able to participate here today.
25, the brain.
If you believe they put a man on the moon.
Now you're embarrassing yourself with that theory. Wait, what's the theory? Oh man. Oh man.
Gee, I've never had so many clues.
Of course it's serious.
There's a monolith there, a very unusual structure on this little potato-shaped object that goes around Mars once in 7 hours. When people find out about that, they're going to say, who put that there? Who put that there?
In my window, they'd written my name. Said, so long, we'll see you again.
He's one slippery character. They lost Ballard's trail at the edge of the lake.
Army. But they have learned this. If they can once get control of the money system, they can enslave you more completely than they could by military force, and what's more, they can make you pay the cost of your own enslavement. They don't even have to raise a penny of it out of their own pocket. The liberals have preached to us for a long time that the only function of government is to tax its unfortunate citizens into such a state of destitution that they all become dependent on the government for a handout for their living, so then they can be sternly warned, unless you vote this same administration back in power, your welfare check's going to be cut down. Perpetuate your own slavery. The other function of the government of maintaining peace should, of course, be abdicated in favor of allowing riots to go on, because the rioters provide one of those minority groups that help to rule the majority. But I tell you that one of the most important functions of government is the issuance of money. Now, all the money there was in the original 13 colonies wouldn't be nearly enough to carry on the daily business of your one city of Bellflower today. As our nation expands, more people carrying on more business and all that, it becomes necessary to have more money in circulation with which to do it. One of the great economists of our day, 𝙚𝙧𝙧𝙩 of Harvard, states the quantity theory of money in this way. If it is to function as money, as a medium of exchange, which it's supposed to do, there must be in existence, in circulation, $1 in money for every dollar's worth of property of any kind capable of being purchased with money. You are a homeowner who may someday want to sell your home, and you can't sell it unless there's a money someplace to buy it from you with. You're a merchant with a big well-stocked store, and you can't sell an article in it unless there's the money in existence in somebody's hands with which you can come and buy your products, and so forth. We have a modest part of 1% of enough money to meet that test, which has compelled us, for lack of money, to do business on bank credit, which costs us in interest. Now, I'm not making a general attack upon your local banker, for the reason that, in allowing the Babylonian economic system to take us over, we have made the bank a necessity. If we were under the laws of God, we wouldn't need as big a police force as we need now. I believe we ought to be under the laws of God. I don't go around crusading to fire half the police force now. I only wish we had more police, as long as we insist on staying under the Babylonian system instead of God's law. So I'm not conducting a crusade to abolish your local banking system, because you can't do it until you set up God's economic system complete. If you've got $1 in money, you can spend 100 cents of it. And if you have to go and borrow it, you probably can spend only 93 cents of it, because you're paying probably 7% interest. And today they take out the interest in advance before they let you have the money. Which means, therefore, that you can put less and less money back in circulation. It's not merely that your purchases are cut down, but since you can't spend as much, the merchant can't sell as much, he can't hire more employees, he can't pay more wages or higher wages, and so the thing runs in a vicious circle. Now, that is merely the minor part of it. Your local bank starts with so many $1 million paid in capital by people who buy shares of stock in it. They've got that much money to lend out. Then the depositors put their money in the bank, and the bank has that money to lend out. And they have discovered something to it. Now, it's no news to you that we have reached the point we are in the
message on Mount Rubidoux. The words "Google Flat Earth" were found carved into the riverside hill in letters that were 10 feet long. Police talked to the person who did it. He's not facing charges yet. Crews reseeded the area so that grass will grow and cover it all up. One possible explanation of the message: some still believe the world is flat, not round, and post about it online. It's called the Flat Earth Conspiracy Theory, but police are not saying whether that's what the hillside message is all about.
Pythagoras of Samos is noted to be one of the first humans in recorded history to ascertain the idea of a spherical Earth. Oddly enough, Pythagoras is titled as being possibly one of the very first Freemasons of the ancient Masonic order by Masons such as Albert Mackey. His model of a spherical Earth tilted on an axis revolving around a stationary sun was taught as more of a thought experiment, and Pythagoras did not offer up any experimental evidence of this claim. This early heliocentric model does not prove in any way that Earth is a sphere, so I don't see why it's still being brought up in discussions as somehow being veritable proof of the globe. Plato was one of the next people who accepted a globular heliocentric model. His student, Aristotle, argued that the reason the hull of a ship disappears first as it sails away is because the ship gradually curves downward over the curve of the Earth at the horizon. This theory is obviously flawed and can be easily disproven. As a ship sails further and further away, it appears to shrink and get smaller, starting with the bottom, or hull, due to perspective and the human eye being limited in vision. This can be proven with an easy experiment that you can try for yourself. Go to the beach and look at a boat and watch it sail away and disappear, and then pull out a high-power zoom camera, a pair of binoculars, or even a telescope, and bring the entire ship back into view. The boat did not sail over a curve, but rather just sailed out of sight. It has nothing to do with the magical curvature of the Earth, and everything to do with human eyesight. Another point Aristotle argued was eclipses, but his argument has been excellently debunked multiple times. And, by the way, you shouldn't be looking up to the sky to determine the state of what lies beneath your feet. That's like looking up to the curved ceiling of St. Peter's Basilica and arguing that the floor of the Vatican is curved also. It's just not a good argument to be made. Eratosthenes is often brought up by heliocentrists as proof of a distant sun and Earth's curvature due to the different lengths of shadows cast in different places. Eratosthenes described how at high noon in Syene, no shadow was cast, and the sun's rays could reach to the bottom of his well. In Alexandria, a metal rod placed vertically casted a significant shadow. However, this can occur on a flat Earth and a globe Earth. Eratosthenes had concluded that rather than the shadows being cast in different angles due to the sun's crepuscular rays, instead, the shadows were cast in different angles due to the Earth's alleged curvature. The main problem is that Eratosthenes made his calculations assuming the sun's rays to be perfectly parallel. But this is not what reality shows. By using sextants, plane trigonometry, and human eyesight, we can observe that the sun's rays are not parallel, and Eratosthenes' observations do not prove Earth is a globe, but work just as well on a flat Earth. Freemason Sir Isaac Newton is credited for coming up with the unproven theory of gravity. He insisted that instead of objects falling due to the laws of density and buoyancy, rather objects fell due to a mysterious pulling force known as gravity. We are told that gravity is the reason water curves around the ball Earth and keeps us stuck from flying off from the Earth's breakneck speed. Of course, this force can be observed nowhere in the natural world and cannot be tested and proven in any form of experiments. Many people will say, but scientists discovered gravitational waves. And then they proceed to show you a CGI animation of how gravity works. First of all, if gravity was real, then it shouldn't have taken you 500 years just to have your only evidence be a CGI cartoon. Like, I'm just saying. If you try spinning a wet tennis ball, the water will fly off in every direction, no matter
Today, the United States plan to claim a whole planet through the most extraordinary expedition of our time, a flight through space by rocket ship.
I hereby claim Mars in the name of the United States of America.
Baddest adventure that ever happened
with our control teams. And I really...
Boo! Boo! Boo!
We approached it. It was very spectacular sight.
With our control teams. And I really...
Above it, so that you had the horizon, the lunar module, rarely be seen again, and I remember that most vividly.
I think for me, the most memorable time may not have been one that the happening I was most aware of.
With our control teams. And I really...
Created by combinations of volcanism and meteorite impact. Rather than answering many questions, I think it raised many more questions, but certainly our level of understanding was immeasurably increased.
With our control teams. And I really...
Is a lot more important than excellence in a particular field. Excellence in whatever field they feel suits them best.
A lot of patience and the ability to cope with things not turning out exactly the way they may perceive that they would ahead of time.
Russia, and has spent almost 6 months in 2004 space shuttle, where he did 3 spacewalks. And then he had this 6-month stay on the International Space Station. Has a lot of other interests. He is a backpacker, a scuba diver, a mountain climber, and
every day that I could, actually, down in the museum, so it's a real privilege to be here. Thanks for letting me come out. One thing that Valerie didn't mention, I came back from the space station just 2 months ago. So this is what a person looks like 2 months after floating around for 5 months in my Earth space. Earth legs back now. I don't think I'm going to throw up on anybody. I'm not going to pass out. And it looks like that. It's a lot bigger. With the solar arrays, it is the size of a football field. It is huge. It is flying around the Earth in orbit about 250 miles up right now. It's been doing that since December of the year 2000. Thing a lot of people don't know is about the size of a 5-bedroom house. So it's actually, for a spaceship, it's the roomiest thing that's ever been built before. One thing a lot of people don't know is to fly in space, you have to be traveling really fast. Otherwise, the gravity of the Earth takes over and will pull you down, and you'll fall into the atmosphere and burn up.
Because you're going so fast. You have to go 17,500 miles an hour to stay in orbit at that altitude. So that's fine.
So with that introduction, why don't we go ahead and start the video. There's always 6 people on board the space station, and we switch out 3 at a time. We had 3 new crew members come up while we were up there. So there's usually 6 people, sometimes just 3. Station, and you have to learn how to speak Russian, fly jets, to fly spacecraft, to do spacewalks. This is one of the biggest swimming pools in the world. This is where we do our spacewalk. Of the space station is submerged underwater, about the size of a 5-bedroom house, the size of a football field. It is huge, and we get to know every inch of that thing so that we can get outside if we have to and do an emergency spacewalk and fix something. Before launch, we're in quarantine. They keep us away from everybody. And on the day of launch, you wake up, come out, and a Russian Orthodox priest slaps you in the face. And it looks like that. It's a lot bigger. And it looks like that. Number of the year 2000. And then we're going to lie there in the rocket for a few hours.
Gosh. Shazam. 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 Olé. Olé.
Waiting for the launch. We're at the end of almost 3 years of training now. Event coming up. Thank you all very much. Enjoyed answering your questions. Appreciate it.
I can see there ain't no law of gravity there. And it's on the floor. She says, how about Niagara Falls?
Welcome. Thank you, Bob. Those films bring back some great memories.
And Neil, that was some speech you made when you first stepped on the moon. When did you prepare that?
Actually, I didn't think about that until after we landed on the moon's surface.
Really? You thought that up all by yourself, huh?
Well, it was a little late to call a writer's meeting when you're coming down that ladder.
A pair of bunny eyes. Boy, is this a neat way to travel. Isn't it great? Dum-da-dum-dum-dum. Dum-da-dum-dum-dum.
Maybe that's why I never went there. Boy, you're not afraid to face danger, are you?
I'm here.
I can see there ain't no law of gravity there.
Is it unpatriotic to kick an astronaut in the shins?
What did it feel like to be the first man to step on the moon?
Well, we were very worried about our first steps on the moon because some experts had predicted just shortly before launch that we wouldn't be able to hold our weight at all, and we'd just disappear into the dust. And of course, we were really pleased to find out that they were wrong.
Wait a minute. Is that 2 girls or 1 girl with 2 heads? What is it, darling?
We'd like to know when you're going to take the first woman to the moon.
We welcome you with open arms.
Hang on. Yeah. All right. Good show. I told him you were. Well, okay. We see that one went all the way in. Not quite. But there it is, all but about 5 inches. Okay. Boy, do I like to run up here. I feel like Bugs Bunny. That's neat. I like to skip along, but me, boy. spaceship. Or whatever you call it. I can't get my left leg in front of me. Dum-da-dum-dum-dum. Dum-dum-dum-dum. I'll give you a demonstration here, Joe.
Roger. Right on.
Here it goes.
Spectacular demonstration.
Oh, well, enough of that.
Lovely. What was that a demonstration of, by the way? It started out to be of gravity, and it wound up being of centrifugal force, I think.
Nice soft Navy landing. Man, Tony, you don't know how much fun this has been.
We concur, John.
Ollie, Ollie, golly, Ollie, Ollie, Ollie.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I did. But just study hard and be the best at whatever you want to do. The program will find you. And do you have any advice for youngsters who may want to take over your job someday? Bob, NASA's first 25 years were spectacular. And if they can continue to get young people, I'm certain the next 25 can be even better.
Well, you certainly gave him a great start. Thank you. Neil Armstrong, ladies and gentlemen.
Station Houston on Space to Ground 2. Are you ready for the event?
Houston Station, we are ready for the event.
Paul Green Elementary, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call station for a voice check.
Station, this is Lori Schoenweiser at Paul Green Elementary School. How do you hear me?
Paul Green Elementary, we hear you loud and clear, and welcome to the International Space Station.
Welcome to Paul Green. We are glad to share our morning with you. I have about 800 really excited staff members and students behind me. We are one of many schools in Hanover counties. We are representing questions from elementary, middle, and high schools across Hanover County, Virginia this morning. We are ready to get started if you are. This is Berkeley.
Miss Anderson's class wants to know how you wash your clothes and dishes in space.
Well, the good news is, for us, you don't have to wash your clothes in space. Therefore, you don't have to fold them and you don't have to put them away. The clothes come up. The clothes come up, we wear them, we get them dirty, and then we throw them away. Because we got no washing machine up here to go ahead and clean our clothes. So that means we got to send up a lot of clothes all the time. Now, dishes, on the other hand, well, our food containers really are our dishes. So the only things that really get dirty are our spoons. We don't need knives because we're not having to cut anything. We don't really need forks because the spoons work for everything. And so what we do is we use wipes, and we wipe the food, and our scissors, which cut the packages, we wipe those off when we're done eating. And that's really all there is to it, because our drinks all come in a bag and a straw, and those get thrown away as well.
Thank you.
Come on, Ruby. Say, my name is Ruby.
My name is Ruby. How do you sleep in space?
Hey, good morning. I sleep great in space. It is really, really comfortable, but we don't sleep in a bed because we just float. And so if you were on a bed, you'd float away. So we sleep inside of bags, like a sleeping bag, and it's kind of cool. I have mine that's stuck against the wall, and so I sleep standing, or kind of standing on the wall. Randy, as you can see, he's usually sleeping up on top, so he's kind of like this, and Mark is across from me, so we all sleep in different directions, but your body doesn't know. And if you're not inside of a bag, if you were just to fall asleep, you'd wake up in the morning somewhere on the space station and not even know where you are.
My name is Evan. How do you make sure you don't run out of food?
Evan, that's a great question, and certainly a very important one. We have an inventory and storage officer on the flight control team who's responsible for making sure that they keep track of the supplies. Of course, we have to tell them when we finish off a package of food so that they can keep track of how quickly we're consuming the food and make sure that the resupply vehicles that bring food to us have the right amount to resupply us with.
Thank you. My name is Arav. How long can you stay out of the space station with your spacesuit on?
Well, the spacesuit has all the oxygen we need to breathe. It has the scrubbers that take the carbon dioxide that we breathe out, and it scrubs that out of the system. And it also has water that it uses to go ahead and cool us down inside the suits. And so those things limit how long we can be out there. Now, you can imagine, kind of like if you're running and playing all day, you need a lot more food and a lot more energy, right? Well, the longer we can stay out is the less energy we use. So that's why we move really slow and very deliberately so we can go ahead and stay out there longer to do the work we need to. And we don't rush around and get really sweaty and hot, because that then forces the system to use that energy and the oxygen and the scrubbing capability, and so we have less time. And so typically right now we can get about 6.5 hours to maybe 7 hours out of our spacesuits. Now, longest spacewalks have been over 8 hours. And when you think about how long we're in the suits, we are in the suits before the EVA, about 3 to 4 hours getting ready, and then maybe an hour afterwards. So all told, once you get in that suit, you're spending about 11 to 11.5 hours in the suit for a 6.5, 7 hour spacewalk. And that whole time, all you have is water to drink. There's no food, so we get really hungry.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Hero. What time zone does the International Space Station follow?
Well, we work on Greenwich Mean Time, and it is about the same time as London without daylight savings time. So that's the time we operate here on the space station, and then all of the mission control centers around the world that support us, they work around our schedule. So we're kind of like the sun. Everybody revolves around us up here.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Aiden. If you spin a fidget spinner in space, does it just keep spinning?
Well, I have a very good commander, and he happened to have a fidget spinner he handed me just before this event, so I was prepared to answer this question. I'll do a demonstration, and we can answer this question together. Still on. So you can see the fidget spinner's going a lot faster now than or a lot longer now than it would on the ground. But eventually, because there are air molecules that this is interacting with, it will slow down over time, and it will eventually come to a stop.
Thank you.
My name is Gabby. This question is from Fred at Cold Harbor Elementary School. What happens if you get sick in space?
Well, we work really hard not to. We go into quarantine to make sure that nobody brings any bugs up to get anybody any kind of sick. And so I don't know the last time anybody was ever sick up here, so that's really good. But if you did, guess what? We've got flight surgeons and doctors that take care of us and monitor us all the time. And so if we do get sick, they're able to diagnose it from the ground, and then we go ahead and have medicines and things up here to take care of it. Why is it, how is that applicable to life on Earth? Well, in some places there are cities and villages and towns on the Earth that don't have doctors. And so if people can call in and talk to a doctor, we call it telemedicine, or even use video, on an iPhone to show a doctor something. That's kind of telemedicine, where a doctor can sit in one place and help all kinds of people. Well, we're trying out those same kind of technologies up here.
Thank you. Can a person, my name is Elise. Can a person in a wheelchair go into space?
Can anyone go to space? That's a great question. So right now, it's hard to get up into space, and most of the time you have to be astronauts like us or from some of our other partner countries. And we have had some people that are space tourists that come up to space, but what we all hope is that over time more and more people can come to space. It's a really cool place to be. There's a lot of neat things that we do up here with the science research. So right now it's limited to mostly professional astronauts, but our hope is that someday all of us can come up to space and experience this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you. My name is Gracie. This question is from Katie at South Anna Elementary School. What do you do for entertainment on the International Space Station?
That's another great question. For me personally, the most entertaining thing I have on the space station are my other crewmates. We have a lot of laughs. But when I have alone time, I like to read a book before I go to sleep. I also really enjoy looking out the windows, and taking pictures. I'm learning how to become a better photographer with the amazing cameras we have up on the space station. And I also really like just traveling from place to place, sometimes imagining that I can actually do a backflip like a gymnast. Things like that are fun to do, but certainly things I could never do on the ground.
Thank you. My name is Bridget. This question is from Morgan at Battlefield Green Elementary School. What do you bring with you to space?
We bring things, most people bring things to remind yourself of home, bring things to allow you to, entertain yourself, like Mark mentioned, like books. And we bring things that will help other people enjoy the journey as well. And so, like I have a couple kids in schools, and so I brought up something from their school so they could feel a part of this mission. I brought up pictures of my family so I could, look at those and just have, rekindle the memories I have at the time that I'm apart, and I can't wait to go see them again. Also bring up, fidget spinners, bring up our own personal little spaceships. And so we've got all kinds of things that we can use to, show you guys what it's like to be up here. And so it's pretty neat opportunity to be able to bring things up that remind us of home, because that's really what you miss the most when you're up here.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Ryan. How do you drink in space?
So, like Randy said earlier, we don't have to do dishes, and so we actually drink out of a bag. So all of our drinks are in a bag. This is, it's yummy, it's pineapple drink. And so we have different flavored drinks. We can have coffee up here. We can just drink regular water. And so everything has to be inside of a bag so stuff doesn't float away. And we have a straw. And Randy, if you help me out, I'll show you how this works. And hopefully I won't make too much of a mess. Whoa. So you can see the water coming out. Let me close it off so it doesn't get too big. We got the water bubble. Uh-oh. Yummy. And so we drink out of bags. It's pretty cool, and it's lots of fun.
Thank you. My name is Morgan. This question is from Lindsay at Washington Henry Elementary School. Do you get a lot of headaches in zero gravity?
So me personally, I get a few more headaches here than I do on the ground. Partly, I think, because the sensation of floating means our fluids don't sink to our feet like they do on the ground. Our fluids inside our body are also floating, so we tend to feel a little more stuffy in our head, more congestion in the nose, and for me at least, that's caused me to have more headaches than I have on the ground.
Thank you.
This question is from Jeremiah at Cold Harbor Elementary School. Could you see the solar eclipse from the space station?
We did see the solar eclipse. We saw it both looking up at the sun as well as seeing the shadow of the moon or the umbra on the ground. And the size of the shadow on the ground was what I think was most amazing to us. Here we are, going around the Earth every 90 minutes, and we see this huge, I mean, it was black, and very black, and all the color was, taken out of either the ground or the clouds that we were looking on. And it even made the colors of the things that were beyond the shadow look a little different. And then we had a couple passes where we actually see the sun and see the moon come over it. And just like you guys had special glasses on, we had the same thing. And we also had filters on our camera so we could take pictures of the moon covering up the sun and it going to just a sliver. So it was really interesting to see. And I hope that you guys got to enjoy it on the ground as well.
We did. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Charlie. This question is from Sean at Lee High School. What effect does space have on astronauts' bodies?
Hey, Charlie, wonderful question. So we've been coming up to space now for decades, and we're still learning a lot about how space affects the human bodies. And so we do a lot of experiments on ourselves, and scientists, they want to see how our body reacts on Earth and then how it changes when we come up here. A couple of things we do know is our muscles and our bones, they change while we're up here. And so we actually have to work out for over 2 hours every day to keep our muscles strong and to keep our bone density in place. So lots of changes, and we want to learn as much as we can so that when we leave Earth and we go farther and farther and we're gone for longer periods of time, we know how to stay healthy.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ella. This question is from Nathan at Kersey Creek Elementary School. What happens if you cry in space?
I'm happy to report from personal experience that I have cried in space, but only due to laughing really, really hard. What happens is that since the water doesn't fall anyplace, it just beads up on your eye, and you just have to wipe it away. But it's pretty fun, laughing so hard that you cry.
My name is TJ. This question is from Vasiliki at Mechanicsville Elementary School. Can you see any other planets other than Earth from the International Space Station?
Yeah, certainly, like you can see other planets, as brighter stars or bigger stars from the ground. We can see the same thing here. Now, we're only 250 miles closer to them than you are. So it's not like Jupiter's like this big. It still looks like a star, and Mars does, and Venus does as well. It's just that we don't have an atmosphere to go ahead and dissipate some of the light, and so we see them very, very clearly. It's really, really beautiful to see.
Hi, my name is Callan. If you uncapped a bottle of water and held it upside down in space, what would happen?
Yeah, so it's pretty cool up here to see how water and other things react in space. So when I drank out of the water bag, you saw that the water kind of made a bubble, like a ball, and that is due to the surface tension of the water. And so actually, if I had a bottle of water up here and I opened the cap and I was very gentle, if I kept it upright, the water surface would hold it down and it'd be like just sticking to the bottom of the bottle. And if I turn the bottle upside down, again, it wouldn't come out. So as long as you are gentle with the force you put on the bottle, it doesn't matter if it's upright or upside down, it'll stay in the bottle.
My name's Emma. Can you celebrate a birthday in space?
From what I understand, you definitely can. It all depends on getting people together and having a good time. So, yes, I'm sure we can celebrate a birthday in space.
And we will.
And according to Joe, we will. Yes, we'll have some birthdays in space.
My name is Brody. This question is from Chase at Oak Knoll Middle School. Do you think it is peaceful in space because you can get away, or do you find it more stressful because you have to worry about doing your job well?
Great question, because it's both. During the day, we're working really hard to go ahead and execute the mission, whether it's science or repair or, taking care of our bodies with exercise. And so we're always trying to make sure that we're able to complete our task every day. But it's also exceptionally peaceful because you can just relax at any point and your body and muscles aren't affected by anything. And so you're physically relaxed. You can also go to the window and watch the Earth go by at 6 miles every second, not 60 miles an hour, 6 miles every second. And your mind is able to look at the beauty of the Earth and see how peaceful it is and really take your mind and give it a break. So it's a combination of them, and that's where we figure out how long duration to figure out what's the balance for you, maybe different for Joe or different for Mark. Where is it that you're able to handle the stress and find your peace and be an effective crew member, so that when we spend a 9-month mission going to Mars, when you get to Mars, you're a healthy, happy crew member ready to do the exploration mission. That'll be up for you guys to decide, because by the time we build that spaceship, we're going to be retired astronauts. And so you guys are the astronauts of the future that we need to go ahead and do that for us. So that's why we're doing this research and work now.
Hi, my name is Chloe. This question is from Taylor in Mr. Welsh's class at Lee Davis High School. What are your next steps after serving as an astronaut?
Whoa. You know what? I'm not sure. So before I became an astronaut, I was a middle school teacher. And, of course, that was the best job ever. And teachers work the hardest, so a good shout out to all the teachers there. So I think when I'm done being an astronaut, I want to go back and do something in education, because to me there's no other field more important than that.
Station, thank you for your time. Wave goodbye. Goodbye.
All right, goodbye, guys. We'll leave you with 3, 2, 1, blast off.
Station, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event.
Station Houston on 2. Thank you for participating from Pole Green Elementary School. We are now resuming operational audio communications.
Everyone, and telling his supporters, quote, "We like to troll."
Before we do anything this hour, we want to check in with Chris.
Once you go flat, you never go back.
The whole world is infected! Yeah, it's pretty wild how fast that spread.
Just got real, y'all.
Shark, golden retriever, and just a smidge of dinosaur.
Are working right now to breathe life into those old flat earth theories of protectionism. The world is far smaller.
Morty, go get their shit, hurry up. I only had one of those things I threw. I'm holding a box of Tic Tacs right now.
The horizon is always eye level. Once you go flat, you never go back.
We do.
Where is the curve? A code red science emergency.
What about gravity? I asked her.
Isaac Newton, my man, said,
We do.
To which point she said the whole thing is a hoax. Things just fall.
This is called gravity.
We do.
Extraordinary claim. The world is round.
The curvature of the Earth horizon model of science. And this blue stuff is like the ocean. And this boat, well, it's like a boat. Anyway, watch as ships sail away.
We do.
They don't disappear all at once.
We do.
And when you get close to the hit the structure real hard, but there's this shaft that goes sort of through the structure. The other side is in outer space, It feels cold, but the regular metal cold, not really, really cold. And again, when you get close to structure, you want to be careful not to hit real hard. So this is it. It's pretty simple. I'm European astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti, and you are getting smarter every day. Have a good one.
This is something you're going to be hearing a lot about over the next several days.
Emails with this big flat earth conspiracy. All of a sudden this big flat earth, because if you believe in the flat earth, can believe in a flat earth. Well, it's not really spherical. You know, if the earth's flat or pancake, the Bible is scientifically accurate, and it's important that we don't make ourselves look kind of foolish. Thank you, and God bless.
What a ride, what a ride.
75 Bible verses that prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that the earth is flat. But let me just start out by saying this and prove that the earth is flat. You know, flat earthers will shadow of a doubt that the earth is flat. Of a doubt that the earth is flat. To do with the flat earth. It's flat. Prove that the earth is flat. Pastor Anderson, debunk the flat earth. Actually, would to say that the earth is flat, but just proving a flat earth. Thing about the earth being flat beyond a shadow of a doubt that the earth is flat. You know, the earth's flat, but that the flat earthers, nothing about a flat earth. And the flat earth proves that it's flat. The flat earthers, this is what the corners look like, okay? I guess the Jews somehow got beyond the ice ring and are just hanging out on those corners. These flat earthers, that the earth is flat. My beard. Now, is your head flat? That doesn't make any sense. Is your head a flat disc? That doesn't make any sense. Here's my question. If your head can have corners of a sphere, sort of like your head, which is more like a sphere than a flat disk, at least mine is. If the earth didn't move, prove that the earth is flat, that would just prove geocentricity, which is also to be true. Prove a flat earth, the earth not moving, be moot. I suppose these flat earthers, the earth not being moved does not prove that the earth isn't moving. Of course, let's move on to somehow the edges of a flat earth, the earth. So then Gentiles would have to be coming from Antarctica, and that makes no sense. God shall bless him, us, and all the ends of the earth shall fear him. Where the flat earthers making that the earth is literally this flat disk, the earth's flat. So basically, proving beyond any shadow of a doubt that the earth is flat. Okay, so let's move on. Hi. That proves the earth's flat, because the dome and the firmament, an angry bird here, is proving that the earth is flat. That proves the earth's flat. What to do with the earth being flat? Oh, well, the earth's flat is a dome above it called the firmament, this ice dome or water dome or whatever. Water, where you're underwater, then you have a layer of atmosphere, and then you have water that's in the atmosphere. 1313. They're the ones who showed all these Bobies. The earth will be stable, that it shall not be moved, and also verse said it shall not be removed. To you, if you have been sucked into this flat earth thing, is to you, if you have been, foolishness means stupidity. Don't be stupid here. Don't be a tool of Satan. Garbage. There are the people who are behind it. I think the people who make these videos, like the 75 Bible verses, or this Rob Skiba, or whatever his name is, these people are evil people. They don't even believe it's flat. To you, if you have been sucked into this flat earth thing, is to do the work of Satan, just to make asses out of God's people. He's doing a pretty good job making people look like retards. You say, why are you so harsh about this? Look, because I hate every false way. It makes me angry to hear the Word of God blasphemed. And every time you say the Bible teaches that the earth is flat, you are being blasphemous. You are making a mockery of the Word of God, and you need to repent of your stupidity and foolishness and quit making a mockery of, say, oh, the Bible's stupid. No, the Bible's not stupid. You're stupid. And you need to get some smarts and quit talking about things you don't understand. And you need to actually learn math and science before you start trying to talk about math and science. And you need to start learning the Bible before you...
I think I'm dragging a little bit, so I don't want to fire the gun yet. Okay, I'm out. Okay, he's out. He's close to free. Okay, I put a little roll in, took it right out. And you did, Jim? Okay, I rolled off and I'm rolling to the right now. Under my own influence. There goes a... Looks like a thermoclass, Jim. It is, yes.
What life was like more than 150 years ago.
The potential of alternating current. One display, they had this huge word, power, and at night there were electrical currents, just, you know, like little bolts of lightning flashing all around this illuminated word.
After this dramatic success, Westinghouse was prepared for his greatest challenge, competing head-to-head with Edison for the
উদ্বোধন করেছিলেন 2011 সালে আর এবছরের মে থেকে প্রাথমিকভাবে জাতীয় গ্রিডে 200 মেগাওয়াটের বেশি বিদ্যুৎ দিচ্ছে কেন্দ্রটি।
বাংলাদেশ থেকে টাকা জোগাড় করতে হলে বাংলাদেশ থেকে টাকা পাওয়া যায় খুব কম সময়ের জন্য।
তারা আরো বলেছেন অর্থ সংকট আর প্রক্রিয়াগত জটিলতায় অনেক সময় থমকে যায় প্রকল্প। বাংলাদেশের বিদ্যুৎ খাতে দেশি বিদেশি উদ্যোগে এরকম যেসব বড় বড় প্রকল্প হচ্ছে,
naona ni muhimu ya kwamba juu kuna watu wengi ambao wangekuwa na hii uwezo ya kusaidia watu lakini hawana. Vyenye huwa najisikia naona vyenye watu wanasaidika, sio lazima uwe na ile teknolojia kubwa ama uwe you have a 10 degrees ili uweze kujenga stima. Najisikia poa juu hii mambo yenye iko ndani yangu ni kitu ambayo haiwezi katolewa na mtu.
None at all. First, the sheet neutralizes the charges in our laundry softener.
The lubricating substance sort of coats, for lack of a better way to put it, the fibers so that they don't rub against each other.
You can feel the substance. What does this melt in the heat?
It actually just rubs on. So when the clothes toss, this just tosses in with them and it tosses onto the clothes like butter on your popcorn.
One other little secret he told me, one I actually already knew. You use little dryer sheets on your hair in the wintertime if you have some static problems like I do.
Really?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Does
Yeah, and then your
Patrick
hair
have a
smells like
blog?
clean breeze.
Or his
Yep.
own show?
Mm-hmm.
I like Patrick's idea about the aluminum ball. Who knew?
Yeah. Does he have his own show or blog, Heather?
He should, though, shouldn't he?
For sure.
A lot of
No, I
information.
know he doesn't. But I told him he should start a blog and a show.
Yeah.
And he said people come to him all the time with their laundry questions, and he loves talking about it.
Well, I'm glad you found him.
He was great.
Yeah.
Yes, he was. Thank you.
What's going on? Excuse me, Elmo. I'm coming through. I'm building something.
Kelly. Wow. Kelly.
Wait, I'm in the middle of something here. Oh, look it. I'm finished. Look what I built, Elmo.
Okay.
Isn't it beautiful? Look at that. Perfection. Gotta go, Elmo. Bye.
Bye, Kelly. Boy, terrific triangle building, Kelly.
It's the world's most well-known secret society. Rich with symbols and ritual, it's the source of legends, parodies.
Who controls the British Crown system and the good old boy network to be able to get away with murder? And I mean murder.
Welcome to the world of Freemasonry.
How can Elmo find out more? Who could that be?
Oh, I emailed Eric Dubay today because I wanted to actually talk about that flat earth stuff. I'm not going to get into it again, but just one quick point. People were talking about the spin of the rotation of the earth and how it affects the moon. Okay, people are using that as proof that the earth is round and spinning. They don't have to do that with a plane, though?
What do you think of him now? If you formed an opinion of him from the way he acts, just remember that people form opinions of you from the way you act. There are lots of times at school and at home when people have different ideas about things. Sometimes it's about who make a report, or who is the greatest baseball player that ever lived.
That prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that the earth is flat.
He feels that you are a reasonable person, trying to get a good answer to your differences.
That prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that the earth is flat.
In class, Polly doesn't hesitate to interrupt the teacher or another student when something comes to her mind.
Is the earth flat?
Even at home, she is so eager to tell Dad what happened on the way to school this morning.
That's a crazier conspiracy than flat earth. That everything's going to shut down.
Right place. What you do not say may also be an act of courtesy.
That prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that the earth is flat.
You feel. If Polly starts being more courteous, the word will get around.
These other, flat earthers will...
We're in a conspiracy. We're in the biggest conspiracy theory ever. Because a year ago, if I would have told anybody...
That prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that the earth is flat.
This boy and girl coming home from school look quite content with life.
See the curvature of the earth. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
As society in the
time of the day to spring unpleasant surprises on Dad.
We use social courtesy.
Social what?
Social courtesy, Bill.
Fun at parties got to do with social courtesy. I don't have to be courteous just to check with you. Hey, say, wait a minute. Is this social courtesy what I've been doing?
It's part of social courtesy.
That stuff is flat.
Now let's see you try some more social courtesy.
So much to learn how to do.
Sure, there's a lot to learn, but it's worth it. And learning is easy. One way is by watching others.
Earth. Well, these are the verses that he used, so...
Be thoughtful. What do you think of social courtesy now?
I guess it makes being with people a lot more enjoyable for me.
Or flat. That's only in the panhandle you can get away with that statement.
Difference, didn't they?
Yes, social courtesy does make a difference, Larry.
Shaq, what are you talking about?
The earth is flat.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Thanks.
The name of the channel is Flat Stuff Earth.
Oh, escape from space prison. Oh, scary place. Wow, Rick.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. 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 It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
This is correct. This is the name of their channel. Is
Won't you grant us our liberty? We want our freedom. Give us our freedom.
Yeah. Love truth, hate lies, show proof, open your eyes, no spoof, let me advise, dome roof, look at the skies, no goof, let me define. The flat earth is the truth, no surprise, realise because there ain't no curvature. Check the map, do the math, here's a graph, see the gap, it's a hack, if you laugh then you lack facts. It's flat and that's because there ain't no curvature. It's a ship out of sight, on the edge, get a grip of your vid, take a clip, zoom in tight, bring it back, it's alright, and that's because there ain't no curvature. Coriolis effect is a bogus defect. If the earth was a jet then we get wet, upset, and that's because there ain't no curvature. Take the moon and the stars, it's a farce if the stars track the moon, how bizarre, but they do too. Mars, and that's because there ain't no curvature. Here's a pic, earth strip, they admit, composite, it's a fake, take the mic, all the hate, take it back. And that's because there ain't no curvature. Satellites don't exist, I persist, it's a myth with a twist, get it right, I insist. And that's because there ain't no curvature. See the map, it's a flat UN flag, it's a tag, it's a gag, to recap, ball, clap, trap, crap. And that's because there ain't no curvature. They begin with the spin, it's a sin, better in the loony bin, drink your gin and chin chin, go spin. And that's because there ain't no curvature. No orbit, ball earth is the misfit, bit by bit, must admit, science guys are nitwit pricks. And that's because there ain't no curvature. The high tide, if the moon pulls the tides but the lakes don't get high, then the sciences lie. Why? That's because there ain't no curvature. Parallax was the guy, took an axe to the lie, see the facts on the right, it impacts. And that's because there ain't no curvature. Sun is close, goes around, no one knows, not a sound, diagnose, tell the town and expose. And that's because there ain't no curvature. Weather balloon, high altitude, normal lens, ain't no bends, improve, get new friends, ditch the voodoo. And that's because there ain't no curvature. Rail tracks on the flat, no curve, you got nerve, wolf packs, give flat, then backtrack. You're sacked, and that's because there ain't no curvature. Common sense is the key, and hence I agree. It's pretense PhD for a fee, you liars. And that's because there ain't no curvature. To conclude, it's a wrap. I allude to the ball trap. We're screwed, get your facts, watch a YouTube. And that's because there ain't no curvature. Yeah, love truth, hate lies, show proof, open your eyes, no spoof, let me advise, dome roof, look at the skies, no goof, let me define. The flat earth is the truth, no surprise, because there ain't no curvature, because there ain't no curvature.
Thermonuclear weapons over the poles. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. Yeah,
will be a complicated rendezvous with a space station that is moving 17,000 miles an hour.
Around the Earth at 17,000 miles an hour. It's going more than 25 times faster than that.
Honestly. We'd have way better CGI. It was fake. You can tell it's real because it looks so fake. And it's still tripping me out. I mean, I'm tripping balls here.
Fight back.
Nothing to fear.
Oh, the North Pole and the South Pole and the South Pole, Pole and the South Pole, the North Pole and the South Pole.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake,
and that
honestly.
is a universal fact. A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it, and the truth is the truth. hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is Photoshop because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a...
Where is the curvature? Where?
They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small, and now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it. No procrastination, trying to cause the masses to awaken. That's the path I'm taking. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. Stuck in the material domain of Satan. For everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking.
The good thing about science is that it's true whether or not you believe in it.
The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact.
Where is the curvature? Where?
They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small, and now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. NASA's got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
Where is the curvature? Where?
They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small, and now we're spinning on a cartoon ball.
There are a group of people that absolutely and honestly believe that the earth is flat.
America in space. What we do, we are now seeing on the streets of our cities, has nothing to do with America with justice, or with peace. Rioters, looters, and anarchists. The violence and vandalism is being led radical left-wing groups. Who are terrorizing the innocent, destroying jobs. Horrible, lovely communities. The mobs.
Shake it.
And we will be protecting those who have the least. Not tearing down. Joining hands that brings us together as Americans. That same spirit which powered our astronauts to the moon. In space. A tremendous commitment it is. Let us also commit to all of our citizens right here on Earth. When Americans are united, there is nothing we cannot do.
Jimmy Cagney instead.
What? Let's have Yankee Doodle Dandy. Don't you ever dance to any music that wasn't written by Cohan? What? Está que yo suave no, in music bene, gehen unter dem Island. Ich verstehe. Du willst gehen zu Ellis Island, dabei bist du.
What? Jimmy Cagney.
Jimmy Cagney? What?
Is to be eliminated. I want to start responding to flat earthers and
hopefully it won't cause too much pandemonium. Don't you have any ideas about what's going to happen?
And have a good day.
explanation for the earth and the heavens above. The earth, he thought, must be flat with its roots deep in celestial waters. In time, he changed the roots to stone pillars to afford easier passage for the stars in their nightly journey.
Hopefully it won't cause too much pandemonium. Dome, you have any ideas about what's going to happen?
To look behind the horizon or in front of the horizon, depending on the height that you choose. It's
a circle. So are you telling me that this interview with him, I'm talking to somebody that's just made that up?
See, I guess the flat earth theory makes sense if you don't have science. I mean, from my experience, it feels like the world is not moving. So intuitively, it makes sense that it's fixed and not spinning like science tells us. Over the horizon, it appears that
wonderful holiday, Christmas, whatever it is. Here it is, your moment of Zen.
If you don't have science,
is your moment of Zen.
From my experience, it feels like the world is not moving. So intuitively, it makes sense that it's fixed and not spinning like science tells us. Over the horizon, it appears that the Earth is flat. The flat Earth model.
Twitter, Facebook, Google, let you spread your information, let you communicate with people.
Live free or die!
It's not fair! Hey, guys, let's relax, okay? Like I said, they're not sealing the dome till tomorrow.
10,000 feet high.
And we will change the world.
Hoo-ah. 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 Hoo-ah.
Each one of those components creates a curvature of the fabric of space and time, just as prescribed by Einstein's general theory of relativity. By pumping energy.
Someone just said the Earth is flat.
Subscribing to things, then click the button to subscribe to my channel.
Future human slave!
Yes. Which yes. It has been shown beyond any doubt that you cannot go the speed of light. You can go arbitrarily fast.
Approaching the speed of light, but you can't quite go the speed of light. All the energy you pump in mass. And this seems incredible, but that's relative to something you're going to run into. In a particle accelerator, where an atom smasher like at CERN in Switzerland, we call it a target.
Why, what do you mean, sir?
Freemasons run the country!
Target.
Ew.
Target.
Minds in the world believe that the Earth was flat.
Target.
And the rise of sea level, all that extra water is just going to spill over the sides of a flat Earth.
The rain in Spain stays mainly in the plain.
Target.
When did you hear me
Have you
say?
ever met Jeff Sessions?
When did you
Have you
hear?
spent
Yes,
10
I
minutes?
got it.
Yes, they did. These are the facts actually in the case that they presented. These are the facts.
Target.
If you've retired, you don't have anything to worry about.
Oh. Again, all of this probably strikes you as wild-eyed craziness, flat Earth stuff.
On this majestic, flat Earth of ours.
Yes, Congressman.
and flat.
So it's really hard to believe that this is real.
On this majestic flat earth of ours. Well, if it ain't my bestest friend on God's flat earth.
I want them to be self-sufficient. They need to get out into space.
That stuff is flat.
Kicks and deals. It's a long fly ball going back, and the ball.
And what? What's his name? Felix!
Children, listen to me. Look around you. All around you. As far as the eye can see, the earth is flat.
You don't see the curvature of the earth. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
The earth is flat.
Yeah. Again, all of this probably strikes you as wild-eyed craziness. Flat stuff. Earth stuff. Flat earth stuff.
And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon?
The current members of the Flat Earth Society in Congress, they must have been founding members of the Flat Earth Society.
Flat earth stuff.
Flat Earth. We have Flat Earth Caucus.
To you.
How do we know the Earth is not flat?
Yeah. Again, all of this probably strikes you as wild-eyed craziness. Flat earth stuff.
Sun and I say, flat earth's right.
If I use your product, am I going to like the way I look?
I guarantee it.
And they say it like they know it. And anyone who disagrees is a conspiracy, not a flat earther, a flat earther, a flat earther, a
Sun and I say, flat earth's right.
Station's ready for the event.
Wasn't a question. I just want to tell everyone, look at your hair.
Earth is flat. Now, I'm looking right out there at...
Oh, yeah, I can do that. I know. Oh, yeah, I can do that.
I know.
Oh, yeah, I can do that. Watch this.
The Earth is flat.
Like that Neil Armstrong guy. Have you seen him on the talk shows?
Neil Armstrong, you mean the first man to walk on the moon?
Talk about a fish story.
Yeah.
Man, and they're buying it.
Do you hear me?
The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat.
What an amazing cheat.
Thinks Earth is flat and launch them into space.
And Galileo, you know the guy from Believe the Earth is Flat.
It wasn't a question. I just want to tell everyone. To the flat earthers.
The Earth is flat.
Yep, that's absolutely true. I think our special effects are a little bit better up here, maybe, than in the movie Gravity.
The law of gravity is nonsense. No such law exists. If I think I float, and you think I float,
It kind of flattens out.
Yeah.
Flat Earth in flat Earth in flat Earth in the Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. Flat Earth in Earth is flat.
Is flat.
The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat.
I'm not representing the globe. Believe me. I'm not representing the globe. I'm representing your country.
24 hours.
And there was much rejoicing.
This whole facility, Lester, stays empty. And we built it for nothing, which that's going to be the case. No nurse, no doctor can say legitimately a failure. People are complaining about the CDC crisis guidelines about how many gowns people should have, how often they should change their gowns, how often they should change their masks, etc. They think that the change in the CDC guidelines doesn't protect them.
Drumbeat.
I want the economy back.
Drumbeat.
I want the economy back. My state is hemorrhaging back. Money. It's hemorrhaging jobs. Do you think I want people sitting at home? Food? I want them alive. That's what I want. And I want to minimize first. There is a way to do but don't ask the American people to choose one over the other.
Thanks for checking out.
Now, let me ask you this question. You know this rapper B.O.B.?
Yes.
Do you know him? Okay,
Bob.
he's Bob? No,
B.O.B.
Okay.
B.O.B. Saget.
So apparently he's been claiming that the Earth is actually flat. But physicist Neil deGrasse Tyson.
The world is flat. The world is flat. The world is flat. Go right ahead. The world is flat.
Someone, I'm not mentioning any names, someone at this table had a very similar opinion years ago. We got her a globe.
The world is flat.
Is the world flat?
Is the world flat?
Yes.
I don't know.
What do you think?
I never thought about it, Whoopi. Have
If
a
your
mind.
son says to you, Mom, is the world round or flat?
And I'll have to go, baby, we got to go to the library and find some books.
The world is flat.
I don't appreciate all y'all websites put me on the same site with B.O.B. The Earth is...
The world is flat.
Kyrie Irving, who plays for the Cavaliers, he recently said that he believes the world is flat.
The world is flat.
He believes the world is flat.
The world is flat.
Chemicals on your leg.
I don't even think the world is round. What do you think of that?
He believes the world is flat. He believes the world is flat.
Of the Flat Earth Society.
He believes the world is flat.
But if the mainstream media started saying it was round, I might question them. I mean, that's how deceptive these people are, that you really can't believe anything they say. They taint, they twist, they spin. He believes the world is flat. He believes the world is flat.
She blinded me with science.
Don't argue with
other side, you still get chemicals on your leg.
I don't even think the world is round. What do you think of that?
Do you want to jam or something? Yeah, right. Great.
About those who argued that the earth was flat. And for a long period of time, people argued that the earth was flat, even when the evidence, what is fundamentally a flat earth caucus, argue that it just is a hoax. I mean, we have members of the United States Senate who argue that it is a hoax. But that's all they do. They make the argument that it's a hoax. Galileo is, in fact, a hoax. By which we have to do this. This is going to dictate. I mean, there's still some folks out there arguing flat Earth. Policy, but that's always been true all through history. I think. And the two just are not similar. And the rise of sea level, all that extra water is just going to spill over the sides of the flat Earth. We have members of the United States Senate who argue that it, the 9/11 Commission. And just last week, Secretary of State Powell, only Vice President Cheney still insists that the Earth is flat. Because in their view, the extra water is just going to spill out over the sides of a flat Earth. And we need to make clear that those members of the Flat Earth Society is just going to spill over the sides of a flat Earth. The Earth was flat. The Earth was flat. The Earth was flat. The Earth was flat. It's fundamentally a flat Earth caucus. Flat Earth. Earth is flat.
Who apparently belongs to the Flat Earth Sierra Club Society.
Capable of standing heat and stresses.
That the Earth is flat. Flat.
And I want to know now. And you guys, we have pictures from space. If you're not happy with that, go on a cruise. You get over the horizon, you can't see land anymore. Why is that? Just try it yourself. Don't take my word for it.
There you go.
Next time there's a lunar eclipse, look for the Earth's shadow on the moon.
Around, I don't know, but it could be.
Have either
This is so dangerous.
Have either of them ever been on a plane?
Or a boat? How come, guys, when you sail toward the horizon, you don't fall off? I mean, can't we have a benchmark?
All of the science.
Because there are some researchers who do, for whatever reason, think the world's
not
flat.
researchers. They're I felt strongly about it for a long time. I used to say, before doing what I did, I used to say, what happened? Why aren't we moving forward? Today, in the future, we're going to look back and say, how did we do it without space? We unlock truths within ourselves. That's true.
Put together, that way we could sort of work on a flat plane.
Says that the Earth is flat.
Yay, science!
And he says, given the curvature of the Earth and this formula, you should not be able to see Manhattan at all. Okay? But
you know what? There is evidence. Place that NASA is posting CGI pictures everywhere of Earth
that are going to take place here, Francis.
Yay, science!
Yay, science.
Yay, science.
For one, climate change is fake.
Yep.
The world is flat.
Yep.
And I guess that means Earth. And any other ones?
Gravity.
Oh, doesn't exist.
Kyrie Irving. I don't know. Did you see
No. Earth is flat. No. Go right ahead.
I want to hear you say your name. Your name is Toby.
As long as he continues to play basketball.
Better get to entertaining these white people, nigga. Get to dancing. Go
out there and be somebody.
And stays away from NASA, we're fine.
Don't say no, it's the end of the world.
Knew when I was 5 years old this is what I wanted to do.
Do you remember first having that thought and why?
Oh yes, I was in first grade class, and our principal came out and stopped our class and pulled out this old black and white television set and turned it on and said, "This is history about to start, and you need to be present and witness this at the start of history about to be made." It was the Apollo 7 mission, and it was the first of the manned missions to the moon. And I remember watching that, and I already wanted to be a pilot and wanted to fly airplanes, and looking at that rocket lifting off from the pad and heading off into the sky, and thinking, boy, can I be a pilot and do that? And I remember my dad telling me, oh yeah, you can do both those. And after that, it was just done. That was where I was headed. This patch here was basically signifying the construction of the International Space Station. We have on the corner there this torch. It's the flame of knowledge, and it signifies education, that torch of knowledge being passed from generation to generation in honor of Krista McAuliffe, who had gone up beforehand.
We're at 32 minutes till launch. You were just in this hot seat.
At this point, honestly, I was probably asleep at 32 minutes prior to launch. Concern was sleeping through the communications check. And I told Barbara, primary mission during countdown was to slap me to make communications check. With me on the middeck, we're all asleep.
Astronaut of the European Space Agency, Italian nationality. Before becoming an astronaut, I was a pilot or a test pilot. And before becoming a test pilot, I was a scientist. Space is the future. So it is very important for children to continue to use, every time I interact with students, and the possibility that space will give to us. I have a say for them. Every time I interact with students or even children, I use an Italian expression. I will now use Italian and then I will translate. I used to say, a piccoli passi verso il futuro. In translating, this means small steps. The NASA Italian version is called Hesperia, an old Greek name that it was used by the Greeks to identify Italy. In fact, you could see the red and the white that represent.
Of course, it's a NASA patch. This is 16 mission which flew in December. If astronauts happens to be your dream, you should be doing something in the area of science, technology, or medicine, mathematics, something like that. Important kind of show that you're good.
We have a go for main engine start. T-minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition and liftoff of Discovery, hoisting harmony to the heavens and opening new gateways for international science. Discovery has cleared the towers.
Houston now controlling.
Roll program. Roger, roll, Discovery.
Discovery's roll maneuver is complete, is now in a heads-down position on track for its flight to the International Space Station. Discovery 7 miles downrange at an altitude of 2 statute miles, flying at 600 miles per hour.
T-minus 16 seconds. Sound suppression water system has been activated, protecting Discovery and launch pad from physical energy. We have a
countdown to Commander.
4, 3.
Oh my God.
1. Booster ignition and liftoff of Discovery.
Woo!
And of course, you have Discovery, the shuttle that will be carrying up Node 2, which has the name of Harmony. And several students across the country came up with this name, and it was then selected, and it's very appropriate. It's going to be, Harmony will be joining together Columbus and the GEM, the Japanese module. So it's very appropriately named. It's represented by these red points on the star to the gold area, and so that's what's symbolized there. Again, you see the astronaut symbol with the 3 the Apollo and Mercury and Gemini programs coming together with that lower Earth orbit swoosh, and of course all the names of the folks that are involved with this flight. So that's the STS-120 patch. So this is my class patch, and it was designed by one of my classmates. It captures a lot of different things. Of course, we have the Earth and then looking to return to the moon and go on to Mars. We have the astronaut symbol, which shows the 3 programs that originally started, Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo, coming together. The lower Earth orbit is the loop, and we're going to space. The background constellation, there's a star for each member in my class, and it is Carina, which is the keel of the boat of the Argonauts. So the Argonauts explored the ocean, the astronauts explore the sky. Of course, we have the book because there were 3 teachers in my class, but all of us pursued knowledge, and then that's what got us the jobs. We have a star here on Florida because we've launched currently from Florida. And we also made sure to keep Japan in our world map because 3 of the astronauts in my class were from Japan. Also, you can see the 2 flags then, the Japanese and the American flag. And in Latin it says, we come for the sake of exploring, teaching, and inspiring. Things that challenged me was math and science. They weren't the easiest subjects for me to grasp, but I worked really hard, and they interested me because they challenged me. So I hope kids will choose things that make them think hard, that they love, and then go pursue it. And in their pursuit, there'll be times when things are not easy, but just to keep after it because it's worth the work, it's worth the challenge.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen around the corner. You just never know. This. I never really thought about what it might be like to be a National Geographic photographer, for example. And
1, 2, 1, 2.
Still I'm wide awake when the day is done. Just a lie that leads me back again. Change my mind when I fell for you. I wanna know what it's like, but I can't pull through. Still I'm wide awake when the day is done.
You did? Go. Right.
Secrets. You think you can Photoshop? Think again. And now I think it's time you get.
Alex Jones told Jesse,
The Earth is flat.
That's believable. That's us.
The Earth is flat.
That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable.
The Earth is flat.
You understand that?
That's unbelievable.
Earth is flat.
That's unbelievable.
Do you understand that?
And that's the Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat.
sphere-shaped object that goes around Mars once in 7 hours. When people find out about that, they're going to say, who put that there? Who put that there? Well, the universe put it there. If you choose, God put it there.
The man says, and he's Wogan.
Was deemed unfit for viewing, cut, and presumably supposed to be destroyed in the 1970s.
They didn't try to use against the machine was water.
Dirt is flat.
What? The Earth is flat?
Yes.
If you show this publicly, you're open for a lawsuit. Okay?
But you're always terrifically successful. Everybody buys your records, you know, millions.
It's getting better. Keep going.
Yeah, you're doing well. What is it? Something you put in the water, or what's?
No, I don't know. You stumped me completely.
In America, too long ago, I think. But
today, Pepperland goes blue.
From the world, and we're to be deported to Australia.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. And was that a great? Did that sort of waking you up?
6.
Yes.
And
6.
Barry's about 9.
Yeah.
So,
and are you?
Yes. For 15 months, I think it was.
Yeah.
But
Love is like a prison and you can't get out. You say the word is flat, but
In fact, I might just leave.
Yeah. Oh, I've never had anyone walk out before, but
well, we are a tosser, pal. So anyway, everybody.
This is a setup.
oh well, I guess I better join them.
Well, you can stay.
When people find out about that, they're going to say, who put that there? Who put that there? Well, the universe put it there. If you choose, God put it there. God put it there. God put it there. God put it there.
So you're an astronaut. Indeed I am. I don't know if you noticed, but obviously an astronaut. Yeah, I see that. You don't really need the astronaut thing here. I mean, I have oxygen. Well, you can never be too careful, Christopher. It's Jason. Whatever. Plus, the ladies love it. Well, I'm sure they do, Neil. It seems you're left with little else to impress them with. Tell me this, I mean, as an astronaut who's been on the moon and looked at Earth from outer space, surely you can confirm that it's spherical, yes? See, that's just the thing, Jerry. It's Jason. Whatever. The point is, I was never in space. Oh, okay. Explain further. I've got the ice cream sandwich here to prove it. You see, space camp isn't all it's cracked up to be. It's a 10-year-long training regime, and no one's ever completed it. What does this have to do with ice cream sandwiches? Clearly you've never had space food. After the physical challenges, the flight safety, the swimming lessons, the vacuum training, comes the survival test. You have to live for a week on space food. Oh, easy peasy, we get to eat ice cream all day. Allow me to demonstrate. It's disgusting. Here, try some. Oh, I think I've had my sample. Okay, so your whole point is we never went into space because space food sucks, hence the Earth is flat. Now you're getting it. Okay, well, this has been incredibly insightful. Thank you for your service. I believe the next interviewee is ready, so thank you. Oh, sure thing, George. Thanks for having me. It's Jason. Thanks for joining me. Could you state your name and profession? My name's Jordan Frisbee and I'm a professional chef. Here, I've brought you this. Oh, thank you. Fascinating. Yeah, I was just eating space food. Terrible. Anyways, what's your take on this whole Earth being spherical, round, flat, pointed, whatever? Great question. You know, a lot of people say, oh, look up at the moon, it's round. Why is everything in space round if they're not spheres? That seems like a fair point. What's your counter? Look, Jason, is it? Yes, wow, thank you. So, what's your favorite food, Jason? I'm not sure, I don't have a favorite. Tell me, what's your favorite food? Wow, okay, I don't know, pizza? Of course it is! Everyone loves pizza! Pizza is round, pizza is flat. Oh God. Okay, so how about this? The moon, right? It has lunar cycles, so let's just say this baseball here is the moon and my phone is the sun. You shine a light on a baseball, half of it's lit up, the other half is dark because it's spherical and the light doesn't wrap around. Same thing happens with the moon and the sun. Well, sure, that's a theory. Okay, so explain to me the shadows on the moon. What? Look at it! Looks like the moon, doesn't it? Oh, okay, I'm convinced. Thank you. Just get out of here. This is a nice looking garage you've got. Say thanks for the free OJ. Oh, that's not... Oh boy. That's not bad. Well, I'm Jason. It's nice to meet you. Likewise, my name's Clint Westwood and I'm a space cowboy. You're a space cowboy? Yes, sir. Oh, good grief. That's a profession, is it? Oh, it most certainly is. Typical city folk response. Always knew y'all dumb. Okay, I'll just try to expand my views. Let's just get right to it. How do you know the Earth is flat? Balls. Excuse me, what? Balls. Okay, let me break this down for you. You got any sand? Oh, sure, here you go. Well, that'll do. Now, do you think the very first person who drew a map, you think they drew that on a sandy beach or on some spherical rock? Well, of course it was in the sand. Every map you ever seen's flat because Earth's flat. It's that simple. Globes aren't flat. No, they ain't. Balls ain't flat. And people love balls. Footballs, baseballs, soccer balls, green balls, pickle balls. That's just a pickle. Lime balls, basketballs, apple balls, tater balls, egg balls. You just went grocery shopping. Now at this point you're probably thinking, you sure do talk about balls a lot. It's true. I do love balls. Anyway, those smarty party politicianal folk came up with a way to help teach people about geography. So they put a map on America's favorite thing, balls. Well, that backfired. Now everybody thinks Earth is round. Still ain't nobody know where Uzbekistan is. You're right. I have no idea where Uzbekistan is. Pickles and balls. Okay. Thanks for joining me. Could you state your name and profession?
My name's Greg House and I'm a scientist.
A scientist?
Yep.
Okay. How do you know the Earth is flat? How about this? As a scientist, how do you explain the tides?
Global warming.
Global warming.
Yep. It explains the tides. And I'm not talking about Tide Pods. People need to quit eating this shit. What?
Nothing. The Tide Pod thing just seems like something a doctor, for example, might say. I guess I just find it interesting that you believe the Earth is flat, but you also believe in global warming.
Jason, I'm a scientist. 97% of us have figured this out for years.
I'm not disagreeing, I'm just not sure what this has to do with tides, or Tide Pods, or whatever it is you're trying to get at.
Well, Tide Pods are shaped like balls. It's obvious why people like them. People love balls.
You guys really are in this together. What about the tides?
Yeah, so it's really simple. When the ice melts, sea level rises. Ice freezes, sea level drops. The tides go in, the tides go out.
Okay. Thank you for your time. I am ready for the next expert.
What do you mean? I was told I was the last one.
No, you're the fourth. I've got one more. There's 5.
I am the 5th. The astronaut, the chef, the space cowboy, the scientist. 5.
Oh, God. Can I ask you something? Why do you have a stethoscope?
Because I'm a scientist. I've got an eye chart too.
Okay, when you're sick, where do you go?
The doctor. Oh. This is embarrassing.
It is. You can leave.
Can I check your reflexes?
Just go. Now, I know what you're thinking. Jason, we've learned nothing here. There have been no facts. You duped us. And you're absolutely right. This is a Tide commercial. It's not an advertisement, okay? Every April Fool's I do something stupid and pointless. I've never been paid by Tide. If you want to check out some of the other dumb videos that I've done on April Fool's, you could, or you could just learn something instead. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed. See you guys.
Hi, I'm Brian Frangie, host of the Unbelievable Podcast, and this is the top 5 reasons why the Flintstones are the harbingers of the New World Order. In Season 2, Episode 21, Barney Rubble instituted his own form of currency to overtake the current monetary system, fit with bills that featured the Illuminati all-seeing eye. Mel Blanc, the voice of Barney Rubble, was an actual Freemason as a member of Midday Lodge number 188 in Oregon.
When people get used to my money, they won't accept any other.
Fred and Barney were members of the Loyal Order of the Water Buffaloes, a clear homage to Freemasonry. With its windowless headquarters, Freemason blue and white, all-male membership, and even Knights Templar Commodore hats.
Welcome, Brother Buffaloes! As you know, every year we are honored by a visit from our exalted leader!
In Season 4, Episode 10, an alien spacecraft abducts Fred and makes 10 Fred Flintstone clones. Fred assumes this was a trick played on him by his Lodge brothers.
You have been duplicated in the image of an Earthman for the purpose of taking over the Earth.
Fred and Barney communicated with an interdimensional alien named the Great Gazoo, similar to how the Illuminati are controlled by interdimensional reptilians.
Zam! Zam? Zam. Everyone and everything in the universe would go in one multiglorious, instantaneous disintegration.
According to the Illuminati 10 Commandments as laid out on the Georgia Guidestones, the New World Order wants to keep the Earth's population under white, except for one Asian man who teaches karate lessons and everyone is super racist towards.
Excuse, please. Sound like a new customer. Yes, please.
How long does it take to count to 1,000,000,000 seconds? 31,709.8 years. It would take almost 12 days for 1,000,000 seconds to elapse and 31.7 years for 1,000,000,000 seconds. Therefore, 1,000,000,000 seconds would amount to no less than 31,709.8 years. 1,000,000,000 seconds ago, there was no written history.
Now, I'm going to sign this, and it's a great honor. $6.2 trillion. $6.2 trillion. I've never signed anything with a T on it. $6.2 trillion. $6.2 trillion. $6.2 trillion. $6.2 trillion.
On the other side of the South Pole, from Middle America.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly.
200 years ago. To take clouds out anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the moderate resolution imaging spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take...
Makes a huge difference. Then every time they show you the ball, you can just go, we don't believe you anymore. It's a fairy tale.
I'm just stuck here in a dream.
NASA's fake. The flat Earth is real.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
Meow, meow, meow. I am just a kitten, hardly fit my mittens.
So we actually had to take clouds out. So we actually had to take clouds out.
Here we go. What do you think people did before Alexa? Alexa, turn the temperature down 2 degrees.
Alexei, tell us something interesting. Okay. The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat.
Alicia, remind me to delete those tapes.
Next.
News! Get your news here!
Alex, what's today's news?
Doesn't matter. It's all fake.
Al, play that song I like.
Tell me a joke.
The Earth was flat as a pizza.
Looks incredibly flat.
That stuff is flat. Is flat. That stuff is flat.
The epigram on that is, the universe is under no obligation to make sense to you.
That's rational.
And I've tweeted that before.
Amazing. What an amazing cheat.
Your moment of Zen.
Because the laws of science differ fundamentally from those because the laws of science differ fundamentally from those because the laws of science differ fundamentally from those for fundamentally from those for fundamentally from those for fundamentally from those.
Tune in to find out. Tune in to find out.
Album, the t-shirt.
What did you want to know about it? I haven't really looked at it that much. No, I don't really remember. To some degree. To some degree.
I do.
Do you think of yourself primarily as a singer? To some degree. It's time to really go into that. To some degree. No, I don't foresee it, but it's to some degree. Intoxicated to some degree. To some degree. But the words. To some degree.
The words, can you hear it?
To some degree, which I would know the words to put to.
You'd say that.
Yes, to some degree. Not with the guitar though.
How silly can you get? Yeah, yeah. How silly can you get? Ooh, yeah. I never ever meant to stray, but when you looked at me that way, when I was young, it made me forget. How silly can you get? Yeah, yeah. How silly can you get? Ooh, yeah. I didn't leave you all the time, right on the moon, so that's the light. I actually know she's in my arms to hold tonight.
Solving technique. Stabilize the situation in the safest manner. Get the two spacecraft, which had separated, close enough together to dock.
I went to Paris with friends, found a little romance. She was walking down the boulevard. I know I should have been good, I never thought that I would be up across sexy baby, cross my heart. A little rock and a little stop you thinking about the little girl of mine. How could I be so cruel, my pet? Silly can you get? No more fooling around, you bet. How silly can you get?
This one right here? That's it, you got it right there.
There would be one more stop before they got back to the lunar module to close out this EVA.
Take from the every 100 feet, runs it through there and vents it out to you over a period of time. For me, I've been just watching and enjoying. Like he said, he was hoping that Bush reads the book or gets it on tape or at least sees some pictures.
What's going to happen as the world goes flat, no one's talking about it. And I think, so first of all, there's just a huge education responsibility and opportunity here. What world we're living in.
I really see a connection between the flattening that Earth.
This crisis.
Every time I talk to you, I wanted to present you with the Google Web Accelerator Boomerang.
Oh, wow.
And the reason is for
the year was 1933.
These Masons wanted to do something unusual. I want to do. Perhaps I can give you a. I'm feeling lucky.
First of all, it's a flat world. This is a Rubik's Cube. Future in a flat world. This is basically a flat world. This is, you don't know it, but this is taking everything that you take from the every 100 feet, runs it through there and vents it out to you over a period of time. You have a ball. I don't know what this is. Even Magritte is going, I would not paint it. Going, get ready. Look at us. We have, well, look at the royal family. It's basically Deliverance staged by Fortnum and Mason. Well, look at the royal family.
Everyone thought that the Earth was flat. Hey, man.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
I'm just stuck here in a dream.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
I like it.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
Can I have an 11? Okay, everything's go up here and the world is round.
When you think of a rocket, you generally think of something that is a firm structure that can do something like launch a payload. Think of that something being firm and strong. So what exactly are these holes in the body, ripping it apart and blowing it up? And of course, anything you would like to see covered in future episodes.
Off on a rocket, or heaven forbid a car on a rocket. Training teaches astronauts how to control what they usually can't to help them keep combat ready.
Gemini 3 were 6 objectives. Gemini 3 completed 3 successful orbits on March 23, 1965. There were 3 long-duration missions. This is important. Approximately 100,000 hours were spent on computer computations. Gemini 9A gave us our first sophisticated rendezvous experience. Command Pilot Stafford, a veteran of Gemini 6A, completed 3 different rendezvous within 24 hours with his angry alligator. 6A had moved within 1 foot of Gemini 7, but of course the 2 spacecraft could not dock. The first space dock came in March 1966. Astronaut Armstrong moves in very slowly, making his final approach, until he is about 3 feet from the target. He then holds his position, reading the status display panel on the Agena. When he docks, the Gemini Agena configuration will remain stable for almost 30 minutes. The control problems which developed were unrelated to the first successful dock in space. Gemini completed 9 successful dockings. Both crew members performed dockings on the final 2 missions, 11 and 12. Configuration by Command Pilot Young on Gemini 10. And it lifted his spacecraft to a new orbital altitude record of 414 nautical miles. Tasks in a 2-hour, 9-minute EVA. He performed such fundamental space work as activating an experiment, tightening and untightening bolts with an Apollo torque wrench, making electrical connections, and cleaning up his work area.
World is round.
It was therefore quite logical that the work of the crews at Cape Kennedy, who successfully launched 12 Gemini vehicles. Is Dr. E.P. Nye, Director of the Institute of Physics at the University of Minnesota.
Clock start. Fuel pressure running a little high. Roger.
Roger, I'm staying. Get a little high, flight.
Roger.
Go, flight.
Roger. Capcom, word go.
We have a Seco here, flight. Roger. Set down. Call sign Rescue 1, the destroyer. 3, 2, 1, retrofire.
They did not abort. We have simply edited together an isolated launch with shots of the flight controllers simulating that launch. Still,
retrofire.
Areas lying within the three major zones of the Eastern Atlantic, the Mid-Pacific, and the Western Pacific. In the Western Pacific, the U.S. F. Mason,
retrofire,
a destroyer. The Mason will cover 3 landing areas within Zone 3. Our station at 12 points. Astronauts have not only a complete survival kit to sustain them, but they are trained to live off the land, even desert and jungle.
Retrofire.
It's planned and coordinated by a NASA team of specialists. Him into direct contact with the highest levels of. But all of this, the red telephone and the contingency aircraft off Pago Pago Island, South Pacific, seems remote on the 16th of March.
Retrofire.
Gino, over.
Retrofire.
Zone 3 will be the planned landing zone for the next 3 revolutions. For 5.
Way to go, partner. You done it, boy. You done a good job. Do the thing. Boy, look at that sucker. That's beautiful. See the dipole? Do I ever? I see everything on that fella. Man, that's great. Man, that is really slick. That phenomenal time. So they're going to give you that time. And I'll check your little status display for you. I bet those Lockheed guys are just jumping up and down. Yes, 10 is on. Yeah. Okay.
Mason. A destroyer which had repetitiously practiced picking up a boilerplate model of Gemini in the waters of the Pacific came into its own. Millions of people suddenly learned that it existed aboard the Mason. At that point, we knew that the long months of training and the many simulations and the close interplay between NASA and the Department of Defense were sound, came through with flying colors.
My shoulder. Would you believe it? That's it. That's pretty hard to believe. Would you believe 5? Mr. Could we be a little serious for a moment, please?
Retrofire.
Torture ever devised by man. The water torture. A drop of water on the forehead every minute for 300 gallons. 300 gallons, Mr. Brown. Would you believe it?
That's pretty hard to believe.
Would you believe a quart?
I can't believe it.
I want to watch this. I don't know if this will work or not, Shirley. Well, in my left hand, I have a feather. In my right hand, a hammer. They'll hit the ground at the same time. How about that? It proves that Mr. Galileo was correct in his findings. Could it be that aliens are secretly running our society and are using subliminal messages that the human eye can't see in order to control the human race? Well, that's what the movie They Live would have you think. Released in 1988 and directed by John Carpenter, They Live tells the story of John Nada. And he's here to chew bubblegum and kick ass, but he's all out of bubblegum, as the down-on-his-luck hero discovers an advanced pair of sunglasses, which allows him to see the world for what it truly is, a society made up of hidden instructions, which and conform. And that those who seem to be higher up in society are also strange aliens, who are in control of this subliminal takeover of the human race, in which Nada and his construction co-worker Frank must help expose the aliens and free the human race from its enslavement mind control. In this otherwise fun, cheesy 80s movie, which actually intellectually reflects real-life issues on how easily the high powers of society and media can control people's minds in order for them to keep their power. Well guys, welcome to the one video where people can't complain for me wearing sunglasses. Yes, that's right, my top 10 things that you didn't know about They Live. The classic John Carpenter film that takes a cheeky swipe at the Reaganomics of the 1980s. So with that, let's check it out.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
Number 10, Roddy Piper got the role because John Carpenter was a fan. Look, I know this is off subject, but why are groceries called groceries? They're not even gross. Shouldn't they be called yummeries? Number 7, the famous bubblegum line was ad-libbed. The most memorable and celebrated moment in the movie seems to be when the 𝙚𝙧𝙧𝙩 character enters the... Number 6, inspiration for the fight scene.
Be happy, don't worry, be happy now.
In They Live, there is a mad, epic, insane fight scene that feels like it goes on for an eternity. Well, actually 5 minutes and 20 seconds to be precise. Yep, a whole 5 minutes plus of watching two guys beat the living shit out of each other. In a scene where 𝙚𝙧𝙧 tries to convince his friend to put on the sunglasses, where he refuses, which ends in the epic brawl, which I think is meant to be a reflection on how people don't want to know the truth about those who pull the strings of society, and would rather just live in ignorant bliss.
Either put on these glasses or start eating that trash can.
This movie punch-up was so insane, it took a whopping 3 days to shoot. But interestingly enough, Carpenter took inspiration from a fight scene in the 1952 movie called The Quiet Man, in which a young John Wayne and another actor get into a good old punch-up. But even though The Quiet Man might have inspired the fight scene in They Live, the fight scene in They Live is still much more epic.
Now hold on. You ain't the first son of a bitch to wake up out of their dream.
Number 5, European title change.
Don't worry.
It's not an uncommon practice for when movies get shown in other parts of the world that they would have their titles changed. This is something that happens all the time and is still happening to this day. And They Live is no exception, as its European title is Invasion Los Angeles. Which is an interesting title, as it kind of gives away exactly what's happening. One of the great things about seeing They Live for the first time is discovering with the 𝙚𝙧𝙧 character exact aliens. Whereas the title Invasion Los Angeles sets up straight away that there is an invasion, thus taking away that mystery for first time viewers. I also find the European poster interesting too. Is it just me, or does it look like a poster for a Chuck Norris film or something? Number 4, the reason the aliens look more like zombies. Have you ever noticed that the aliens in They Live don't exactly look like aliens, but more like rotting humanoid corpses? This is because when designing the aliens for the movie, they didn't want them to look like a high-tech advanced alien race, but more like a decaying, corrupted version of humans, to emphasize the deceitful nature of these aliens. They are not meant to represent the corruption of an advanced species, but rather the corruption of us. Which, when you think about it, makes the concept of these aliens much more disturbing. And maybe I'm wrong, but in the scenes in particular that are black and white when we see the aliens, I can't help but feel like it's somehow paying homage to George A. Romero's Night of the Living Dead. Number 3, They Live and the Election. They Live was scheduled to be released on October the 21st, 1988, but its release date was pushed back to November the 8th. It's popular belief that this was done to avoid competition with the release of Halloween 4, ironically a franchise also started up by John Carpenter. But the real reason the release was pushed back to November 8th is that was the day of the American presidential election. And given the nature of the movie and its views on governmental corruption and the Reaganomics of that time, it was decided it was necessary to release the movie on that particular date. The date that would see Ronald Reagan end his time as president and leave the White House, giving They Live more symbolic meaning. Number 2, the idea of the movie came from a comic book. Indeed, John Carpenter got inspiration for They Live from a comic book called 8:00 in the Morning, which then got remade into another comic called Nada, which is a comic that pays homage to those science fiction comics of the 1950s, in which the main character George wakes up from hypnosis, only to see that society seems to be run by grotesque lizard monsters, and that he is the only one that can see them, as the creatures are controlling human perceptions for their own gain, just as with the movie. So, They Live gets its themes of corruption and democracy and the power of advertisement from 8:00 in the morning. And what ties the stories even more close together is the main character Nada from They Live is named after the main character, George Nada, from 8:00 in the morning. See, peoples, never underestimate comic books, and just how much they can influence and inspire great creativity. Number 1, Roddy Piper thought the movie was based on a true story. Okay, we've saved the funniest for last, as Roddy Piper had frequently been vocal about how They Lived is in fact based on a true story, and even expressed this view on the Blu-ray commentary track.
I'm trying to save you and your family's life.
You couldn't even save your own!
Piper saw a 1978 documentary called La Affaire Brunswick, which was about a brand of TVs brought out in the 1950s, which sent out subliminal messages to women to buy expensive products. Piper maintained this theory that They Lived is based on this event for years. Sadly though, Piper didn't know that the movie is a comedy. Yeah. Whoops. Yeah, poor Piper. But hey, maybe then again he knew this and that he was just trolling people and fun presence in They Live. Well guys, that was my look into They Live. The movie that teaches us not to just accept things at face value, and to question everything and be alert of the powers that control society. Anyway, I'm Minty and I'm off to chew some bubblegum, and when I've chewed up all the bubblegum, I'm gonna kick some ass. See ya.
On and make a success of it, and if Lord Adonis doesn't want to use the 50p coin, he looks like a member of the Flat Earth Society. It's done. The war is over. Let's move on.
Honestly, when people like Lord Adonis say they won't use the new 50p coin that commemorates this event, I think they begin to look like members of the Flat Earth Society.
They make jokes about biofuels. If some of these folks were around when Columbus set sail, they must have been founding members of the Flat Earth Society. They would not. Anybody to combat this threat on behalf of our kids. I'm open to all sorts of new ideas. For a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
If I say that the world is round and someone else says it's flat, that's worth reporting.
Growth, a new breed of isolationists seem to think domestic policy ends at the water's edge. Christopher Columbus.
When Columbus set sail?
Voices on the right and left are working right now to breathe life into those old flat earth theories of protectionism, of isolationism. that there is no going back.
Of the Flat Earth Society. They would not.
Our horizons stretch much farther.
They will.
Much farther.
They will.
And we will knock down barriers.
They will.
And he defied the timid counsel of those who said the earth was flat.
They will.
Christopher Columbus.
When Columbus set sail.
To combat the flat earth.
They will.
To combat the flat earth.
Members of the Flat Earth Society. They would. They must have been founding members of the Flat Earth Society. They would not.
Fuck President Barack Obama. Fuck his office. Fuck his Cheshire cat grin. Fuck his promise. Fuck all the politicians. Fuck Congress. Fuck every senator that ever turned his back on us. Fuck Dianne Feinstein and fuck Max Baucus. Fuck Harry Reid, the Senate leader's cockless. But I fucking loved when the stenographer started talking. I wish that bitch would run for office, for real. Fuck Jay-Z. Fuck Rockefeller. Both the man and the label. Fuck the deal that they made to put some gold on their table. And fuck Rain Man. Your inspiration is fake, so you nothing but the puppet for the devil to take, yo. And fuck Catholics, you gonna murder them, ho? Fuck your bad back, mass whack, Lucifer flow. And fuck the Luciferian imagery that you show. Fuck your money and the scars on your soul. Fuck Kesha, fuck Katy Perry, fuck the dark horse that she rode. I see the owl on your album cover, Drake, we know. Fuck Moloch. Fuck Bohemian Grove, fuck your blood sacrifice rituals, fuck cults, fuck the Bushes and the Clintons, fuck Hillary most, fuck Don Rahm Emanuel and fuck George Soros, fuck GMOs, man, fuck Monsanto, fuck the chemtrails and the poisonous airflow, fuck eating food the transhumanists grow, and well, fuck you if you don't know, so, fuck harping, fuck weather warfare, fuck a 5-vortex tornado that Joplin had there, fuck Sandy Hook, fuck the lies, fuck all the crisis actors acting at the Boston finish line, fuck martial law, fuck checkpoint shit, fuck illegal suspension of posse comitatus. I guess fuck everything that our founders taught us. Fuck throwing guns in the garbage. Fuck your roundups, fuck your amendments to the Second Amendment. Fuck NDAA and your government prison. Fuck the Federal Reserve and the money they printing. Fuck the monetary slave system. Check it. Fuck the FBI, Federal Bureau of Lies. Fuck the NSA and fuck their spies. Fuck the Pentagon, fuck the CIA from behind. Fuck everything that's ever been classified. Yup, fuck the IRS, fuck Lois Lerner. Fuck Holder and the guns he's running over the border. Fuck drones, fuck torture, fuck waterboarding. Fuck the American Homeland Security disorder. Fuck FEMA camps and the FEMA region governors. Fuck the guillotines they have in storage for us. Fuck BP and their oil exploding. Fuck 9/11 and the stories they told us. Fuck Building 7 imploding. Fuck the militarization of all our police forces. Fuck warrantless door-to-door searches. Fuck the system and fuck how they hurt us. It's like we talking, but they never heard us. Fuck the New World Order. Fuck the petrodollar. Fuck the UN. Fuck NATO. Fuck all of it. Fuck the Trilateral Commission larcenists. Fuck blaming Al-Qaeda when the West started them. Fuck false flags, fuck all for Tonkin. What the fuck ever happened to talking? Fuck flossing, fuck the superiority complex that we lost in. Fuck Miley Cyrus, fuck abortion. Fuck FISA courts and fuck they closed doors. And fuck the justice system, fuck lawyers. Fuck Bank of America, fuck JP Morgan. Fuck Blackwater and they wanna be soldiers. Fuck Black Ops, DARPA and all of their programs. Fuck Dick Cheney and fuck Rumsfeld too, man. Fuck Chertoff, the TSA scanners and groping. Fuck the police they growing here in the homeland. Fuck biochemical experimentation. In other words, fuck vaccination. Fuck color of law, fuck implied consent. Fuck wherever the Haitian earthquake money went. Fuck the EPA, fuck Fukushima. Maybe Edgar Casey was right, I guess we'll see, huh? Fuck John Corzine, fuck Wall Street. Fuck CNN, Fox, fuck MSNBC. I guess fuck Ambassador Stevens and fuck his embassy. And fuck the Muslim Brotherhood beheading all their enemies. Fuck the American regime change policy. Pardon me, I mean fuck our gift of democracy. Fuck order out of chaos. Fuck the Freemasonry. Fuck Skull and Bones. Fuck your secret society. Fuck 322 and your 33rd degree wizardry. Fuck you for destroying what my ancestors gave to me. Fuck a short beat. Keep listening. Fuck hormones in the beef, pork, and chicken. Fuck DNA manipulation. Fuck leaving trillions in debt to our children. Fuck putting fluoride in the water we drinking. Fuck the millions of homeless left freezing. Fuck any other option but to feed them. Fuck the VA hospital budget restrictions. Fuck homeowner association evictions. Fuck state and federal for-profit prisons. Fuck the Hollywood Bin Laden mission. Fuck Madoff and his fucking investments. Fuck fucking children off ads on the Craigslist. Fuck credit cards and fuck their interest. Fuck Morgellons disease symptoms. Fuck the Saudi Arabians for how they treat women. Fuck the sheiks and fuck their kingdom. Fuck the deal Henry Kissinger give them. Fuck Henry Kissinger and fuck his wisdom. Fuck Zygmunt Brzezinski's strategic vision. Fuck one world religion. Fuck Zionistic globalism. Fuck the Illuminati. Fuck their symbolism. Fuck their pop culture mass hypnotism. Fuck Lil Wayne and fuck Cash Money. Fuck every single insurance company. Fuck marketing. Fuck poverty. Fuck the erosion of our national sovereignty. Fuck humanity's unnatural apathy. Fuck Abercrombie. Fuck Berkshire Hathaway. And fuck you if you're mad at me. Yup. Fuck implantable RFID chips. Fuck human trafficking. Fuck sweatshop management. Fuck Foxconn. Fuck their suicide nets. And fuck Apple for their silent compliance in it. Fuck the suppression of human history. Fuck the glaringly obvious contradictory imagery. Fuck NASA. And fuck their secrecy. Fuck Pfizer. Fuck Merck. Fuck patent supremacy. Fuck the exclusion of natural remedies. And the same goes for Tesla's technologies. Fuck the abuse in adolescent psychology. Fuck Ritalin. Fuck Adderall. Fuck amphetamines. Fuck the overprescribing in all of psychiatry. Fuck the pedophilic archdiocese. Fuck symptoms of acquired immune deficiency. Fuck cancer and fuck HIV. Fuck me. Fuck the assassination of JFK. Fuck anybody that ever got in the way. Fuck Richard M. Nixon and fuck his Watergate. Fuck all the Bilderbergers and fuck the G8. Fuck Christine Lagarde. Fuck her monetary funding. Fuck never standing for something. Fuck abandoning your brethren. Fuck Bel Air. Fuck the Hamptons. Fuck what happened to Breitbart and fuck accidents happen. Fuck burning Chris Dorner alive in the cabin. Fuck the Albuquerque police murdering people for camping. And fuck the Albuquerque police captain for backing him. And fuck his retraction. Fuck words men speak with their actions. Fuck the corporations illegally persons. Fuck feeling totally worthless. Fuck planned obsolescence and everything that you purchase. Fuck empty wallets and fuck empty purses. Fuck no jobs in the city for workers. Fuck the local political circus, it's not working. Fuck Halliburton. Fuck preferential government contract distribution. Fuck ethical confusion. Fuck that, they know what they're doing. Fuck class, it's cool to be stupid. Fuck the Common Core curriculum movement. Fuck budget cuts to art and music. Fuck not knowing words and how to use them. Fuck passively ignorant students. Fuck parents too busy to tutor them. Fuck the collapse of the family unit. Fuck the Aurora, Colorado shooting. Fuck the global warming myth. Fuck the inconvenient truth surrounding it. Fuck the companies that position themselves to make money off of it. Fuck carbon offsets for profit. Fuck Al Gore's obnoxiousness. Fuck the Matrix and fuck being lost in it. Fuck heroin and fuck OxyContin. Fuck Dennis Rodman and fuck Michelle Bachmann. Fuck Google Glass for always watching. Fuck scheming and plotting. Fuck dying old alone and forgotten. Bones growing mold in the coffin. Fuck being too hard to soften. Fuck being too cold to blossom. Fuck the Californication of Austin. And fuck the death of Philip Seymour Hoffman. Fuck what they did to Michael Jackson. Fuck predatory Scientology brainwashing. Fuck still being over in Afghanistan. And fuck the UN Agenda 21 plan. Fuck not learning from our mistakes when we make them. Fuck kicking the same damn can down the road again. Fuck being cattle. Fuck our control.
What we're dealing with here is a complete lack of respect for the law.
This is the resistance and I'm not giving in. Breaking the paradigm everybody's living in. No more spinning on a ball, that shit was just pretend. And I'm not gonna say it is just for the sake of fitting in. The truth is different to people because illusions vary. The truth is hidden, the truth is missing, the truth is buried. The truth is beautiful, truth is ugly, the truth is scary. That's why telling the truth is revolutionary. The truth is something that these people just will not provide. That's why they gotta keep sheeple completely occupied. Now our food and our fruits and veggies are modified. And that's what happens when common sense is just not applied. They govern your mind, that's why it's called governmental. Everything that comes out of their mouth is utter dribble. And we just sit here every day, it's always uneventful. That's why I'm out here causing ruckus, man, that's what I'm into. Forever I'm defiant, remaining non-compliant. No, I'm not staying quiet, never remaining silent. Doing everything that I can just to create a riot. I want the truth and I'll do whatever it takes to find it. Forever I'm defiant, remaining non-compliant. No, I'm not staying quiet, never remaining silent. Doing everything that I can just to create a riot. I asleep to have the American dream. There's bloodlines and they seem to think there's a supreme. Democrats and Republicans are sharing the scene. It's no different than the WWE. Everybody's an actor and the world is a stage. We're just some slaves never knowing the world is a cage. They got us worrying about chasing fortune and fame. They train us to ignore these things and it's more than just strange. But I won't do this anymore, man, I'm taking control. If you don't do it for yourself, no one's saving your soul. It's better that you make it whole than they'll make it a hole. Ripping it, tearing it, twisting and taking it slow. I've never been the type of guy that would tolerate fools. They try to take us and brainwash us in all of their schools. They're lying to us every day while we're watching the news. But I refuse to lose and no, I won't follow the rules. Defiant, remaining non-compliant. No, I'm not staying quiet, never remaining silent. Doing everything that I can just to create a riot. I want the truth and I'll do whatever it takes to find it. Forever I'm defiant, remaining non-compliant. No, I'm not staying quiet, never remaining silent. Doing everything that I can just to create a riot. I want the truth and I'll do whatever it takes to find it.
What we're dealing with here is a complete lack of respect for the law.
Defiant, remaining non-compliant. No, I'm not staying quiet, never remaining silent. Doing everything that I can just to create a riot. I want the truth and I'll do whatever it takes to find it. Forever I'm defiant, remaining non-compliant. No, I'm not staying quiet, never remaining silent. Doing everything that I can just to create a riot. I want the truth and I'll do whatever it takes to find it.
Okay, Houston, we've had a problem here.
11 worst NASA accidents. The Antares rocket was launched at 6:22 Eastern Standard Time off the coast of Virginia at the Mid-Atlantic Regional Spaceport in order to send supplies to the International Space Station. But not everything went as planned. As you can tell from this video, the rocket releases a ton of exhaust, and everything seems to be going just fine during the initial period of the launch. Only within 6 seconds from leaving the ground, the bottom of the rocket caught on fire, causing it to explode in midair. Needless to say, the supplies didn't make it to the space station on time. Luckily, this was an unmanned spacecraft, so it did not result in any injuries, but a lot of damage to the space station was done. This was most likely caused from old faulty engines. The Delta II explosion. With so many dangerous trips to space with rockets, carrying so much highly flammable rocket fuel, there's bound to be extremely catastrophic explosions from time to time. Reaching outer space is certainly no easy task if you think about it. The Air Force Delta II rocket was launched from Cape Canaveral and was carrying an $81 million satellite, the UGPS-2. This rocket soars through the sky with over 200,000 pounds worth of thrusting power. It was approximately 1,000 to 2,000 feet in the sky when suddenly an explosion happens. The explosion creates a dangerous gas of hydrochloric fumes. NASA prefers launching pads in isolated areas away from human settlements, close to oceans, in order to avoid any collateral damage. In this case, only cars in the parking lots and small NASA buildings were destroyed. The Vanguard explosion. In 1957, the US Navy tried a rocket launch of their own in order to get a satellite into space, and this attempt also failed miserably. This happened only a year before they developed NASA, and was probably the main reason the organization was developed. The rocket could not produce enough thrust in order to launch. This is what caused the catastrophe. Keep in mind, this was only a few months after Sputnik struck fear into the Americans, and was also another failed attempt to match Soviet space technology. Within a few seconds, the tanks ruptured and exploded, completely destroying the US's hopes that they would ever get their first satellite into space. Converting catastrophe. This case proves that even NASA rocket scientists are capable of the simplest mistakes, and it ended up costing them a whopping $125 million. In 1999, a Lockheed Martin Mars orbiter was lost due to a miscommunication of which units of measurement to use. The navigation team at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory used the metric system in meters and millimeters in their calculations, while the people who designed the aircraft in Denver had given crucial instruction information in standard American feet and inches. This caused confusion on an astronomical level. As a result, the spacecraft was lost in space, then lied in a pile of rubble on the surface of Mars. Instead of entering Mars' atmosphere at a tilted angle, it entered too directly, causing the spacecraft to be ripped to shreds. This goes to show you how easily NASA can lose countless hours of research and a potentially useful spacecraft over a preventable error. The Hubble Space Telescope. The Hubble Space Telescope was launched into orbit after 8 years of construction in 1990 in order to provide clear images of the universe without the Earth's atmosphere getting in the way. Here you can see how clear the images from this miraculous space telescope was able to pick up. This is responsible for some of the clearest images from outer space that we have to this day. But for quite a long period of time, this space telescope was not working. It wasn't only a technical failure, but also a leadership failure as well. Old instruments were switched out and new pieces were replaced, hoping to make it even better. They also neglected necessary maintenance that was needed. In 2004, the machine became inoperable due to the telescope imaging spectrograph that was installed in 1997. This device combines the camera with a spectrograph and was broken from a power supply failure. Eventually, it was fully repaired, but not after spending years floating in space, not sending back images to NASA. James Webb Space Telescope. When will this thing ever be launched? Each time you check it, it seems to be costing taxpayers more and more money. What's supposed to be the next generation of space telescopes and eventually replace the Hubble telescope is currently under construction. But is this satellite worth waiting for when we could be funding other projects in space? The current launch date is in October 2018, but construction started in 1997. It was supposed to cost about $500 million when it was first planned, and was also first set to launch in September 2007. The budget continued to grow and launch dates keep changing, at least a dozen times. Many scientists are beginning to express their concerns on how much this will cost, and if it's even worth it. Explorer S1. On July 16, 1959, at the peak of the space race, the Americans were struggling to keep up with the Russians, as you'll be able to tell from this video clip. Launched from Cape Canaveral, this was meant to be the response to the Soviet Sputnik, but the cargo would never reach orbit. This spacecraft carrying a satellite lost control right away, within 5 seconds of the launch during the blastoff. This is when it began performing mid-air flips. What was supposed to make it all the way to outer space only went about 250 feet. That's less than the length of a football field. Everyone was extremely lucky to have not been injured from this event. A short from the rocket's guidance system caused it to not fly to its intended direction. A few blunders by NASA would eventually allow them to perfect their rocket systems. After the failure of Juno, the Saturn rocket was developed to support the Apollo missions, which led us to the moon. The Genesis. When looking for answers about the universe, scientists and amateur astronomers tend to look out to the stars. Why not do more studies on the closest one, the Sun? In August 2001, the Genesis was supposed to help answer a few deep questions about the formation of the universe, but ended up in a pile of debris in the Utah desert like you see in this photo. So what happened here? The main reason for the Genesis spacecraft was to collect particles of solar wind, then bring them back to Earth for extensive research. A few things they wanted to look into was the exact ratio of oxygen, nitrogen, and noble gases during various phases of solar activity. Even though the Sun is mostly made of hydrogen, NASA wanted to know more precisely what elements made up its composition. This would further lead to the origins of the Sun and the planets. So how did this important spacecraft crash? The parachutes did not properly deploy in September 2004, but they were able to uncover some tiny particles from solar winds. Several pages had already been published about this. Moon landings erased. So possibly one of the most important moments in human history accidentally gets erased by NASA. Oops. The original recording of the moon landing of July 16, 1969, which was the first manned mission to the moon, no longer exists. Don't worry though, new digitally enhanced copies of the original broadcast look much better, claims NASA officials. The first images of Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin walking on the moon were very grainy and blurry anyways. In 2006, NASA admitted that no one could find the original video. They then went on to admit that the high-resolution images of the first moonwalk was probably erased for electronic data from a satellite. It would basically be like taping over your wedding day videos to make room for a rerun of Friends. Apollo 13. Apollo was supposed to be the third moon landing until unexpected events took place. The spacecraft was launched April 11, 1970, from Kennedy Space Center. This mission was eventually abandoned due to the ruptured service of a module oxygen tank and considered to be a failure. Everything seemed to be going just fine for the first 2 days while in outer space. Oxygen tank number 2 exploded, causing tank 1 to fail. This affected the crew's supply of electricity, light, and water, all while being 200,000 miles away from Earth. Houston had a serious problem on their hands. With oxygen seeping out at a rapid rate, it was clear the moon landing had to be cancelled. Despite experiencing some discomfort from cold conditions and lack of food and water, the crew members eventually reached splashdown gently in the Pacific Ocean near Samoa.
And now for number 1. But first, be sure to subscribe for new videos every day.
Challenger explosion. Being one of the more modern NASA accidents, this one was much more severe than the rest. The mission had originally been postponed due to mechanical and weather issues, but January 28, 1986 was the day. They finally launched the Challenger space shuttle from Cape Canaveral. 7 crew members were on board, including a teacher from New Hampshire. The liftoff began smoothly. A critical failure in the O-ring seals on the solid rocket booster allowed a spurt of rocket fuel to ignite the fuel tank. Then suddenly, a huge fireball is seen in the sky after 73 seconds of flight. There were no survivors from the crash, and the incident happened live on TV. Despite the horrible tragedy that took place, many lessons were learned from this incident that will help Americans advance their spacecraft technology.
Torian of the Swedish Broadcasting. In the lighter way, you're now taking the trip of all trips of mankind. Can I ask each one of you, which place would you like to go to for a vacation when you come back to Earth? Well, I think that the situation being what it is now, the place I would most like to go immediately is the Linear Receiving Laboratory. If I'm able to go there, we will have succeeded.
I wondered if each of the three could tell us very briefly how your families have reacted to the fact that you're taking this historic mission.
Well, who wants to take a crack?
Well, I think my particular case, my family has had 5 years now to become accustomed to this eventuality, and over 6 months to face it quite closely. And I think they look on this as a tremendous challenge for me. They look upon it also as an invasion somewhat of their privacy and a removing of my presence away from the family for a considerable period of time. I'm not sure exactly whether this is the overriding feature over and above some of the other more pleasant aspects of the particular job that I have as far as it affects my family.
Neil, Marvin Miles, Los Angeles Times. I'd like to know, I understand that you're going to take manual control of the descent. Can you tell us at what point, how low you will take that control, how far you will burn down, and how low you could stage an abort and go to apps if necessary?
We have made some significant improvements in the flight control system and the computer's interaction with that system in recent months. Allows us to go into somewhat hybrid methods of manual and automatic. The predicted method at this point, although we have a great deal of flexibility and choice based on the situation at the time, would be to maintain manual control of attitude and automatic control of throttle through the final descent from an altitude of somewhere between 500 and 1,000 feet until such time as the automatic throttling rate of descent was unsatisfactory, at which time we'll go full manual on the throttle. That is, rate of descent command on the throttle, which is operating through the computer. Should that become unsatisfactory, then we can go to a full manual throttle, flying it in a manner like a normal VTOL machine would be flown. So 500 feet is a good...
That went down here.
James Burke, BBC. You have mentioned that your flight, like all others, contains very many risks. What, in view of that, will your plans be in the extremely unlikely event that the lunar module does not come up off the lunar surface?
Well, that's an unpleasant thing to think about. We've chosen not to think about that up to the present time. We don't think that's at all a likely situation. It's certainly a possible one. But at the present time, we're left without recourse should that occur.
Colonel Waldron, on Apollo 8, you were the command module pilot in the backup crew. And this one, you're the lunar module pilot. How interchangeable in your preparation for this, or for that matter in the flying of it, are the roles of the crew? Well, at the stage that we're at right now, I think they're not very interchangeable. Prior to my assignment as backup command module pilot on Apollo 8, we were together as in slightly different roles, and it was, if I'm not mistaken, because Mike was dropped out of the mission that we had an adjustment of the crews that put me from the lunar module pilot into the command module pilot's position. For Apollo 8, there was no lunar module, so this was not much of an adjustment. We were just moving from an emphasis on systems to more in navigation. Now, since I had previous training to some degree in the lunar module, why then moving back into that position was not too difficult a task. That one on the far side.
Mr. Armstrong, earlier there was some concern expressed that you were rushed to get in all your training necessary for this flight. What is the state of your training readiness now? The reason that was a concern is that the final training for a crew is the last thing that takes place. In other words, the procedures must be developed and the simulations completely set up and the simulators ready to fly and the checklists made and so on before the final training can take place. And these, of course, were the pacing items, these intermediate things to the final training. At this point in time, we have a high confidence level that the procedures and checklists, simulations that we are now operating are correct and will fly the mission the way they are now detailed. So, of course, there was a good deal of concern in our own minds and many other people in the organization that all these things for the descent, ascent, surface work would fall into place in time. We do feel at this point that we've been very fortunate in having those things make the schedule along with the hardware, which of course is on the pad now and ready to fly.
Shelton, you were speaking a few minutes ago about naming the spacecraft Columbia and so on. Do you have any plans to name the site where you land? That is to say, the immediate area where you land. Will you give it any name or not?
As on previous flights, we, in the absence of official names for various locations and landmarks on the lunar surface, have chosen to use some unofficial names for our recognition purposes and for our training purposes. We'll continue to do that.
One more over here. Mr. Armstrong, there's been some discussion of the possibility that with almost 10 hours interposed between the time of the landing and the scheduled moonwalk.
Then they took everything about me and put it into a computer where they created this model of my mind. Yes, using that model.
Eaters above this beach ball.
We put a man on the moon but can't do it in present time. Why is that? Is there no determinant? Or maybe NASA can't break through the firmament? Anyway, it's hard to think these days when there's chemicals in the water that are turning the frogs gay. Open your eyes and look to the sky, son. The proof is there, it's in the horizon. The truth is bare, it's got no disguise on. The earth is flat, everyone's been lying. Open your eyes and look to the sky, son. The proof is there, it's in the horizon. The truth is bare, it's got no disguise on. The earth is flat, everyone's been lying.
Fuck President Barack Obama, fuck his office, fuck his Cheshire cat grin, fuck his promise, fuck all the politicians, fuck Congress, fuck every senator that ever turned his back on us, fuck Dianne Feinstein and fuck Max Baucus, fuck Harry Reid, the Senate leader's cockless, but I fucking loved when the stenographer started talking. I wish that bitch would run for office, for real. Fuck Jay-Z, fuck Rockefeller, both the man and the label, fuck the deal that they made to put some gold on their table, and fuck Rain Man, your inspiration is fake, so you nothing but the puppet for the devil to take, yo. And fuck Catholics, you gonna murder them, ho? Fuck your bad back, mass whack, Lucifer flow. And fuck
All out of bubble.
Wake up, pay attention! Stop acting asleep!
Still water is always level.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There you
He was
go.
also in
Up next.
Happy Gilmore, yeah.
An NBA star thinks NASA faked the moon landing. Finally, the truth comes out. Landing on the moon? You must be a loon. NBA star Steph Curry recently said on a podcast he's not convinced the moon landing really happened.
We ever been to the moon?
Nope.
Nope. They gonna come get us. I don't think so either. Elon Musk. Sorry, I don't want to start a conspiracy. They ain't been on the moon.
You don't think so?
Mm-mm. Stanley, you gotta do research on Stanley Kubrick.
You know what? Steph may be onto something. Maybe the so-called moon landing happened this way. Since Tyrus, do you think he was being serious? I think he was being serious and then walked it back.
Rover on Mars again, NASA's insight.
My dog.
Yeah, I think the world's flat. And yeah, moon landing didn't happen. Cast.
Yeah.
Studios with moon landings, it would be better than you could hear the crisping of the tape while President of the United States talks about the moon landing.
Right.
So fake moonwalking.
I happen to believe that the moon exists, Chris, but it's flat.
The moon is flat.
Yes, the moon is flat. Huh?
Well, you just made the news cycle.
Twist.
Yes, yes.
That's true because they say you always see the same parts of the moon. So,
yeah.
Okay.
I've never seen the other side of the moon.
Whatever. You know, the landing was fake.
Then, and 12 astronauts have landed on the moon. But just in case he wasn't kidding,
Yeah.
The facts are Apollo 11, 1969. 6 times we've been to the moon since then, and 12 astronauts have landed on the moon.
Right.
And look, Richard Branson's going to the moon in private space rocket ships. Maybe Elon Musk.
Sure. Fine.
Landing on the moon? You must be a loon.
President Trump wants a space force. It has to be real. We had to have already gone there.
All right, Kat, here's the scary part. Thanks to technology, it will be easier to disbelieve photographs and film evidence because it can be easily manipulated. Any geek in Silicon Valley can place you, Kat, into like some surveillance footage in a parking garage to make you look really embarrassing.
What am I doing in the parking garage?
Something bad.
Huh.
That's my point. So real footage now can't be trusted, and you can manipulate fake footage so it seems real.
I suppose you could do that, but I'd just be happy to have the extra fame from that. It wouldn't really matter what I was doing in the parking garage as long as I could retweet it.
Yes. Landing on the moon? You must be a loon.
I totally think that someone who doesn't think that is crazy, which is exactly why I was like, he can come over.
Good.
And this happened, and nope.
Back to square one.
Yep. Brush. Now, still water is always level. And I think today, let's have still water.
Yeah, I think the world's flat.
Chris, but it's flat. Chris, but it's flat. Chris, but it's flat.
Fiction means it's a made-up story. Fiction means it's a made-up story.
Fiction means it's a made-up story. Fiction means it's a made-up story.
Now from the CBS News Space Center in New York, Walter Cronkite.
Good morning, everyone. This ought to be our most exciting day in space.
Had no problems whatsoever during this countdown.
One with the other, looking at each other, maneuvering one with the other. And space history for the United States, world space history, will be made. Walter, where are we now in the countdown?
The countdown is T minus 19 minutes and counting, 19 plus 25 minutes, so it's now 9:11 in the morning. The count at T minus 18 and counting with a 25-minute hold built in.
When you invite the loss control squad from Continental Insurance to inspect your factory, they'll look high and low, upstairs and downstairs, inside and out, to help you find things wrong with it.
Then went back to sleep after they were assured that everything was going well on pad 19. Water accumulated in the spacecraft, probably from condensation. Atmosphereless Borman, who was in his underwear at that point, was a little bit uncomfortable and got rather chilly.
But I'm sure that Bob Sharp, a pilot engineer here at McDonnell, can tell us all about it. Bob, to begin with, what is the difference between 6?
6, of course, was originally slated to dock with the Aegina, and that there are added pouches and bags on the side in this area here. There's pouches under the seat. Fairly neat to make it a habitable area.
Borman and Lovell had said before this one began, it wouldn't be technical or mechanical, but just running a neat ship from housekeeping, trying to stay neat in space.
That's it. They're pretty similar.
Perhaps that's the biggest problem of all, Walter, neatness up there.
Yes, it seems rather odd to talk about housekeeping chores in that little telephone booth-sized space capsule at 185 miles above the Earth, whirling along at 17,500 miles an hour. But that's precisely what they are, with a 25-minute hold. So at 35 minutes until the launch scheduled at 9:54.
But what does that matter to a bloated millionaire fat cat like you?
And Lovell, there's Stafford preparing to make his first space flight. Dave Shoemaker of CBS picks up the story. See if we can bring in Jack King.
This is Gemini Launch Control at the Cape. We are T minus 3 minutes and holding. T minus 3 minutes and holding. This is the plane.
Aboard the aircraft carrier Wasp.
Retrofire.
Smaller than the head of a pin. Yet if you have a cold, a tiny contact time pill like this could help stop a sniffle minutes from now, or help you breathe freely up to 12 hours from now. Other contact time pills check sneezes, clear your stuffy nose. Many contact time pills work fast for fast relief. Many work later for continuous relief. Put more than 600 of these tiny time pills together in one capsule, and it's easy to see why contact is so remarkably effective. All day or all night. What have we got against colds? The good medicine in Contact. Today's largest selling cold medication at your pharmacy.
Back at CBS News Space Center at 7 on its 119th revolution, now out over the mid-Atlantic, just about getting in touch with the Ascension station out there. In an interview with Charles von Frem, Gemini Flight Director Chris Kraft raised the possibility.
Flight, however, there are three other major consumables on board. We have capability of the bottle is it's a thermos bottle, so to speak. We don't know what heat leaks we're going to get out of those bottles really. Until we've had some experience with a particular bottle. We may have, the bottles may heat up so that you vent this stuff, and when you...
Given you your present orbit, do you please give us our present orbit? Roger. It is 161.5 circular.
Exact height now, and that might have been why Wally Schirra and Tom Stafford didn't go at this particular time. A pretty good joke among experts. There's obviously no excitement, no panic there. Indeed it was, George. And it was a little bit hard to tell the American people and even to accept ourselves, but it's quite clear we do. There in the Cock Bob Sharp at the McDonald plant in St. Louis.
Retrofire.
17,500 miles an hour, and plenty of time for the big day. Meanwhile, they are circling the Earth in their 120th Mrs. Lovell's, the big day.
Than what?
Wednesday.
No, Wednesday's only 3 days, and Thursday would be 4 days. Well, that's all I can say at this time.
Retrofire.
One way or another, it'd be pretty close to impossible, but we're certainly going to try everything we can. 10-13 for the second, through this plug up into the bird.
Some lines you could lose, some channels of information temporarily and still go on with the count or the launch.
Which was the programmer. It was sampling the functioning of this programmer.
Couldn't be reset, and this is something that is sampled in an automatic sequence. It's no manual, no human consideration to this. There's certain things we sample before that bird lifts off, and if they're not right, it is automatically shut down.
Press, I know that these probability estimates don't always mean a whole lot, but now you've said that any attempt before Wednesday is pretty close to impossible. Would it be your judgment that a Wednesday launching is a 50-50 possibility, less or more than that?
There's no reason to change that we know of. However, the recovery plan may cause some changes later, but this again is a function of when we will launch. And
I mean, that laser light beam from 185 miles over the White Sands, New Mexico. We're going to chase the unmanned vehicle. That time blew up before it got into orbit. And again, last Sunday, when they themselves faced a terribly critical moment after the engine ignited and then was shut down.
To the first orbit, Sharon Stafford will be about 1,200 miles behind.
Several animals, including a chimpanzee named Ham.
This is a press conference. 6 were discovered to be too tall. 16 declined. And 32 indicate not the best man in the group, but the various degrees of qualification. 7 men emerged from this competitive purgatory as the Project Mercury astronauts. At McDonnell Aircraft, they sat in the cockpit first time. Out of this training together, a strong esprit de corps developed.
As well at 0 gravity as he could at 1G.
0G, and I feel fine.
So where's the edge?
Who's to say that there is an edge, and why assume there is one? Is it because when we are introduced to the idea of a flat Earth, it's always depicted like this? In the currently most accepted model, Antarctica is not a continent, but a 360-degree landmass made up of ice that holds the oceans within. When we look at a Gleason's map from 1892 that states at the top that it's scientifically and practically correct, as is. We see this Antarctic ice rim. The Gleason's map is basically an azimuthal equidistant projection, which can be traced back to the year 1000. The AE map is also an official map of the United States Geological Survey, the USGS, and the official logo for the United Nations. The oldest known globe in the world is from 1492. This is something you need to keep in mind because many people argue that the azimuthal equidistant map is just a flattened out version of the globe, when in fact the globe is just a rounded version of this true world flat map. If the flat map came first and it has the ability to convert into a globe without any problems whatsoever, then that should tell you a little bit about how this globe deception was achieved. Now, back to if there is an edge or not. There is no proof that there is an edge past the Antarctic ice wall, but it is speculated by many that perhaps the plane that we live on is either extremely expansive or it's possibly endless. In these two scenarios, it would be logically assumed that more land is being hidden from the general public. In a 1954 interview with Admiral Richard E. Byrd, an American naval officer who specialized in exploration, he had this to say.
But strangely enough, there is left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole, on the other side of the South Pole, from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
Implying that there is more land past Antarctica. If that uninhabited land was on a globe, it would be in the Indian Ocean. A recent discovery of an old Buddhist map in a newspaper from 1907 seems to support the idea of a vast plain with much more land.
Where does the sun go if the Earth is flat?
Well, the sun neither rises nor sets, but travels in a clockwise circuit from east to west, and only appears to rise and set due to perspective. The sun disappears at the vanishing point of human perspective on the horizon where the ground meets the sky, and since the sun is not 93 million miles away, I repeat, not 93 million miles away, but much closer and smaller, the light emanating from the sun only illuminates about half of the flat plane at once as it makes its daily journey.
What's underneath the flat Earth?
This is obviously an unanswerable question since the assumed edge has never been known to be reached, but many people suppose that whether the Earth is round or flat, that either way, it still must be floating in the middle of outer space. But the idea of outer space goes out the window with the round Earth theory. Many religious texts support an immovable Earth that has its foundations on which it is laid, and its pillars by which it is supported. We simply don't know, but we do know that the Earth is obviously fixed in place as we can tell by our everyday experience of non-movement. What we see in the skies above are illuminated objects making circles around us just as it appears. Whatever this place may be, it's the center of all we survey. Some say that the Earth is the floor of the universe. In the ancient Hebrew conception of the universe, we are surrounded by the waters above and the waters below, known as the Great Deep. The deepest hole ever drilled into the Earth was a total of about 7.5 miles. The very core of the Earth is nothing more than wild speculation, if not another malicious lie. So what's under the Earth? That remains a mystery to us all. But another thing that you can research is what's inside the Earth. Multi-billion-dollar deep underground military bases known as DUMBs, D-U-M-Bs, right?
What about ships and boats disappearing over the horizon?
This is also due to human perspective. They don't go over the horizon, they go into the horizon, moving beyond the limit of our vision and past the vanishing point. But the ships and boats are easily brought back into view with a pair of binoculars, a telescope, and any camera with a good zoom lens. A great question to ask yourself is, why can't we see noticeable curvature from 120,000 feet up? But many people claim that the supposed curvature can be seen from the ground by watching boats. It doesn't make sense.
And what about all of the pictures of the Earth?
They are all clearly computer-generated images. They claim this picture from Apollo 17 in 1972 is real, and they also claim that the 2015 Epic Earth picture is real. But NASA employee Robert 𝙚𝙧𝙯 gave us a glimpse of how they do it when he shared his experience of creating the Blue Marble 2.0 in 2002. He is now called Mr. Blue Marble. He was interviewed and on record stating, "The last time anyone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit that showed an entire hemisphere, one side of the globe, was in 1972 during Apollo 17. NASA's Earth Observing System, EOS, satellites were designed to give a checkup of Earth's health. By 2002, we finally had enough data to make a snapshot of the entire Earth, so we did."
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0. NASA's Rob 𝙚𝙯 made this. 𝙚𝙯's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Why are all the other planets round then?
When you compare amateur footage done with professional grade cameras and compare it to NASA's official images of planets and stars, it's clear that NASA images are all computer generated, no different than the photos of Earth. What have become known as planets are round lights that seem to be set over the flat Earth. The so-called planets and stars are not what we have been told they are, and comparing luminous objects that you see in the sky to the Earth under your feet is very ineffective for actually proving the supposed rotundity of the Earth. Since there are no actual photographs of the Earth and motion has never been experienced or proven, It would seem more logical for one to assume that we are on a flat, motionless plane, and everything we see in the heavens revolves around us.
What about satellites and GPS?
As crazy as it may sound, satellites are a hoax. Have you ever wondered why there are never any damaged or fallen satellites? And why there are no satellite malfunctions due to constant heating and cooling? It's weird they don't melt in the thermosphere that's over 2,000 degrees. I find myself looking at the moon and wondering why we never see satellites pass by the moon. Did you know there are thousands of miles of fiber optic cables under the seabed that supplies 90% of the Earth's communication, internet, phones, etc.? And GPS works off of cell phone towers. It's called triangulation. Haven't you seen those really tall towers and wondered what they are? Satellite TV is just enhanced radio using ground-based towers. It's all ground-based, just like the old TV antenna. Science fiction author Arthur C. Clarke proposed the idea of geostationary satellites in 1945 in a magazine called Wireless World. And 20 years later, in 1965, they claim to have successfully launched the first commercial geostationary communication satellite. Today, there are said to be thousands, but the odd thing is that trying to prove it only leaves you fruitless.
Is outer space even real?
Yes and no. What you see in the sky, as far as stars and wandering stars, also known as planets, are there. How could we deny them? We don't know what they actually are, but they are there. Now, what we are told about outer space and what it is not true at all. Everything we believe about so-called outer space is due mostly to Hollywood movies and other media, including children's cartoons. Of course, NASA propaganda is the biggest culprit. As we have already gone over, there are no pictures of Earth, and even images of all the other so-called planets are computer-generated. NASA has gone on record numerous times stating that humans can't get past low Earth orbit.
NASA's next spacecraft, already being built and tested across America, will do those things and more.
This is the spacecraft that's going to take humans to explore the solar system. It's the next big step for NASA in exploration.
Called the Orion Multipurpose Crew Vehicle, or MPCV, this next-generation spacecraft will enable America to explore beyond low Earth orbit.
As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go, and this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
And unlike the previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
Low Earth orbit is supposedly between 99 and 1,200 miles away. The funny thing is that they say the moon is over 200,000 miles away. How did we make it so far in the 1960s and 70s if we can't do it today? Also, the International Space Station, just like everything else brought to us by NASA, is a fake Freemasonic hoax, completely fabricated and done with special effects, models, pools, zero-G planes, and various other camera tricks.
How is circumnavigation possible on a flat Earth?
Very easily. You can travel east and west directions to ultimately end up right back where you started. The face of the Earth looks similar to that of a clock. In fact, clocks were most likely designed after the true appearance of our world. If you follow a compass east for long enough, you'll make a full circuit. Same thing if you travel west long enough. As we've already gone over, the flat Earth map that was around before globes were easily converts to a globe, so everything you believe you are doing on a globe is actually taking place on a flat Earth.
How come the moon is upside down in the southern hemisphere?
This is another very simple explanation. When somebody is in the northern part of the Earth, or on the northern part of the Earth, they see the moon from this angle. When somebody is on the southern part of the Earth, the moon looks like this. They're looking at it from this angle. They see it from the opposite angle, and that's all it is. Imagine you tape a picture of the moon in the center of your living room, right? Depending on where you are in the room, the moon will be seen differently. When pondering this question, keep in mind that the face of the moon never changes. On a spherical Earth, we'd expect to see other sides, but we never have.
What about the seasons?
The sun is close and small, and it circles around and above the flat Earth in a spiral pattern on the Tropic of Cancer in the northern summer months, and then down in the Tropic of Capricorn in the northern winter months. So when the sun is further away from the North Pole, right, the center of the flat Earth, it's winter in the north and summer in the south. Since the sun is smaller than we are told and closer, it makes much more sense that we experience seasons in the first place. If the sun was 93 million miles away and had a radius of over 400,000 miles, we would hardly experience temperature fluctuation as we do.
What about gravity?
Gravity is necessary in order for a spinning ball Earth to work. People readily believe that you can't fall off of a spinning ball that's darting through outer space at speeds that you can't even comprehend, yet they will deny how much easier it is to stay on a flat surface that doesn't move. Gravity is a scapegoat for all that cannot be explained, and it has never been proven. The reason why things fall or float is because of density and buoyancy. If something is heavier than air, it falls. If it's lighter than air, it floats. Very straightforward. Your phone is denser than the air, therefore it falls when you drop it. Everything works because of density. No need to factor in imaginary components. Quote, "The law of gravitation is said by the advocates of the Newtonian system of astronomy to be the greatest discovery of science, and the foundation of the whole of modern astronomy. If, therefore, it can be shown that gravitation is a pure assumption, and an imagination of the mind only, that it has no existence outside of the brains of its expounders and advocates, the whole of the hypotheses of this modern so-called science fall to the ground as flat as the surface of the ocean. And this most exact of all sciences, this wonderful feat of the intellect, becomes at once the most ridiculous superstition and the most gigantic imposture to which ignorance and credulity could ever be exposed." Thomas Winship, Zetetic Cosmogony.
What about the Coriolis effect?
They say that the Coriolis effect is a result of the Earth spinning and is responsible for the deflection of an object moving above the Earth, rightward in the northern hemisphere and leftward in the southern hemisphere. The problem is that things like hurricanes and water in the sink aren't always predictable and have been known to spin both ways in either hemisphere. Also, another contradiction that proves the Coriolis effect false is the fact that no flying machine above the Earth has to account for it. If a bullet that travels 1,700 miles per hour has to account for the effect, then an airplane traveling at 550 miles per hour would definitely have to account for the effect. When you look for the answer, you'll find that we are told that since the atmosphere moves with the spin of the Earth, planes aren't affected. So why would bullets be? Especially when they go much faster than common airplanes.
Why can't I see infinitely far?
This is for the people that wonder why they can't see certain things that they believe they should be able to see if the Earth was flat. I've been asked on numerous occasions, why can't I see Mount Everest from anywhere on Earth? I've also been asked, why can't I see Spain from the east coast of America? Well, besides dirt, dust, dew, rain, fog, smog, smoke, clouds, mist, haze, snow, etc., your vision is limited by the vanishing point of your perception. Check your weather app on your phone and notice the visibility in your area.
Is the flat Earth a religious thing?
Yes and no. I say this because I myself am not religious. I'd rather not have faith in something, but know the facts to the best of my ability. And the facts are that the curvature and motion of the Earth have never been proven. The Bible, without any doubt whatsoever, supports the Earth that's fixed in place. The Book of Enoch, which is biblically endorsed and most likely belongs in the Bible, describes the flat stationary enclosed Earth in great detail. Many religions and civilizations preceding Judaism and Christianity support a flat and stationary Earth, such as the Babylonians, the Egyptians, the Mayans, the Norse, the Hindus, etc. This fantastic spinning globe Earth is very new to the people of the world, yet most of us carry on as if the theory is unquestionable, and we've been conditioned to laugh when the flat Earth is brought up. Whether you are religious or not, you can see the flat Earth for yourself.
Is the Flat Earth Society behind the resurgence of the flat Earth?
No, the Flat Earth Society is designed as a containment unit. Gatekeepers that tell the truth about some stuff, but then lie about other things in order to make it appear ridiculous or steer you in the wrong direction. For instance, this is what FES has to say about gravity. In the Flat Earth model, gravity, rather than being a force, is the upward acceleration of the flat Earth. The Earth always accelerates upward at 1g, which is equivalent to the gravitational acceleration in the round Earth model. Like the force of gravity, the Earth's acceleration causes several commonly observed phenomena in our daily lives. If that isn't the biggest turnoff, I don't know what is. The flat Earth argument has never died. It only died down. Real flat earthers have always been among us, but it wasn't until late 2014, early 2015, when Eric Dubé started making a lot of noise about the flat earth conspiracy and got people like myself on board. It took me 10 months of research before finally accepting the truth about where we live. Thanks to the many great flat earth researchers, content creators, and activists since then, more and more people are waking up to the massive deception every day.
Are all scientists, pilots, and members of the government in on it?
No, most scientists, pilots, and members of the government have been indoctrinated just as the rest of us have. When they work at their everyday job, they go about it as if the Earth is most certainly spherical. If indeed some of these people did know the Earth is flat, they most likely wouldn't even speak out about it in fear of losing their job or ruining their reputation. The average scientist goes about everything they do with the spherical Earth already factored in. For mainstream science, questioning our current model is a huge no-no. For pilots, computers do most of their work, not to take away from what they do because I personally appreciate it, and also pilots often switch out at stops, making it difficult to understand the real layout of Earth's land masses. As far as government members and politicians go, besides high-ranking officials at NASA, which isn't government at all, it's safe to assume that they are not in the know and they are not knowingly perpetrating this lie. Very few people compared to the population of the world are enlightened to the flat Earth.
NASA isn't the only space agency. Are all others in on it too?
The answer is yes. Here's a short clip on what you need to know.
The Vector, NASA's official logo. If you've ever looked at NASA's official logo, both their official insignia and their official seal, you'll see that the most prominent object in the seal is a red swooshing object. They call that the chevron or the vector. If you ask NASA's Public Affairs Office, this symbology is featured so heavily in their insignia and seal, they'll give you what really amounts to the standard facile cover story for the unilluminated. They'll tell you that that is a representation of a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s, which was the time the logo was created. Not exactly the case. Someone might want to ask the Russian Federal Space Agency, Roscosmos, that was formed in 1992, why they chose that same logo. And while you're at it, you can go ask the Chinese, who formed their space agency in 1996, why in the world they're using a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s as their official logo. Then you can ask the Japanese, the South Koreans, Taiwanese, Malaysia, Mexico, Iran, all of these countries, even Bulgaria. They all utilize the vector symbology in their space agency logos for their national space agencies. It gets even deeper. You can go look at the individual manned program patches for NASA. The Mercury program, for example, a blatant use of covert symbology. In every logo dealing with the Mercury program, you'll see what looks like a number 7 in their logo. And again, NASA's official story is that they put this number 7 there so that they could pay homage to the original 7 Mercury astronauts. Kind of forgetting the fact that only 6 Mercury astronauts actually flew into space because number 7 never did. Deke Slayton had a heart problem, so he didn't get to go up. So there were only 6 Mercury astronauts, yet there's a 7 in every single logo. That's in the official mission or official program insignia for Mercury, as well as the 6 individual mission patches carry this logo. And it carries on to the Space Shuttle program. If you look at the Apollo logo has a big letter A in it. At least that's what they want you to believe, but it's not. Again, that's just a simple way of explaining away the inclusion of this vector symbology in the logo. If you go to the Space Shuttle program, the original Space Shuttle STS program patch is a triangular patch that, again, hides the use of the chevronic vector symbology. And that also goes for many of the STS-specific mission patches. Every single one of the International Space Station expedition patches carry the vector symbology. The Russian Mir Space Station used the vector symbology. That was their official logo. You can even go deeper and look at military-industrial complex companies. Look at the logo on a company like Lockheed Martin, 2 vectors. The X Prize logo, Ames Research Labs, U.S. Space Command. When you get into the military realm, the United States Space Command, their official logo is the vector symbol. And when you look at the military's individual space-specific programs, all of them deal with vector symbology in their official insignias. And the question really becomes, who or what are these people paying homage to?
Let's look at NASA's Earthrise. Now let's look at JAXA's Earthrise. Do you believe this is real?
Well then, who's responsible for this deception?
You will find that the Jesuits and the Vatican have been intimately involved in all things space, including owning the earliest telescopes and, to this day, the largest owners of observatories and telescopes in the world. The Society of Jesuits have been actively spreading the heliocentric theory for 500 years, while trying to bury thousands of years of flat Earth cosmology. The Jesuits are rulers of all powers that we are aware of, and have been ruthless in their pursuit of world domination for centuries, no matter who is killed or what has to be done to establish a one-world order out of chaos. They rule over, or are deeply partnered with, people like the Rothschilds and many other international banksters, secret societies, especially the Freemasons, as well as Zionist Jews, and especially Zionist Jews in seats of power. They rule over all the alphabet agencies and government think tanks, including the NSA, CIA, FBI, Mossad, KGB, Roundtable, Committee of 300, Tavistock Institute, Lucius Trust Publishing, Bilderberg Group, and the Council of Foreign Relations, including representative government and legislation like the U.S. Presidency, Congress, and the Supreme Court. The Jesuit order is said to have been established by Jews, again showing that the Jews are behind some of the biggest hoaxes in history, including the Holocaust. Freemasons are also spread out all over the world to further the different agendas that serve this Illuminati elite. Their desire is to convince us that we are only one of a septillion other planets flying through infinite space. A septillion? Where do they get these numbers? A septillion has 24 zeros. They want us to think that we are nothing more than a cosmic accident caused by a big bang that took place 14 billion years ago. Again, where do they get these numbers? How one could draw that conclusion is unknown. They want us not to understand our origin and go on believing that life is meaningless. They want us to believe that alien life is real and that they created us. Look no further than ancient aliens for the propaganda. Not to mention countless shows and movies they program us with. This isn't just about flat Earth versus round Earth. It's much bigger than that. Whatever they plan on doing needed the spherical Earth groundwork laid before they could proceed. They may either shock us with a fake alien invasion or a disclosure of the beings that have always been among us, passed off as life from distant galaxies. Who knows? Another reason to turn the Earth into a ball is to hide extra land. If this is a vast plain, and there are places past Antarctica, with more oceans and more land masses, then an easy way to get rid of them is to wrap our part of this plain around a ball and make it seem as if there is nothing else and everything has already been discovered. The globe is full-fledged slavery for the inquiring mind.
I'd like to be an explorer, like the great Magellan.
Oh, you're too late. There's really nothing left to explore.
What does it mean if the Earth is flat?
It means that the origin of man is deliberately being covered up from us. Man, woman, child, you are being deceived on a massive scale. Flat Earth, enclosed flat Earth, expansive plane flat Earth, or even infinite plane flat Earth with an infinite ceiling barrier, or possibly another plane of existence above us and below us. It means that this place was created, that you were designed, you were crafted, you are special and with purpose. A purpose being hidden from you on purpose. We are supposed to know our world and our reason for being. We've been swallowed whole by this economic fiat money system that controls absolutely everything and fuels this manufactured reality. Most of us know that we are slaves, and it's no wonder we desire to escape through movies, TV shows, and video games that happen to also further our programming, and mental conditioning. We were never meant to live like this, and knowledge of our flat Earth is a step in the right direction. It's something that can't be taken from us. It's the fuel that we need to let these bastards know that we won't go down in ignorance. We will not willingly accept their one world authority that wants to rule over all mind and all matter. Embrace this flat world of ours and free your mind from the globalist mind control. It's time that we stand up for ourselves and our beautiful Earth. All I want to know is, who's coming with me?
We're going to begin today by learning the tricks of a rather special trade.
Health, and so today I've chosen dried spinach.
Fire 1.
Rocket 2.
The crew is busy. The command pilot has time for only this brief reflection. I'd like to argue with them about going home, but I don't know how we can. That was all.
Oh, well, everybody's heard about the bird.
Once the difficulty was corrected, we could take time out to realize that Gemini 8 had brought us closer to lunar exploration by demonstrating the first successful dock in space. Gemini 8 also gave many of us our first look at men like the three young rescue swimmers, Airman Neal and Moore and Staff Sergeant Hewitt, as well as the captain and crew of the Mason. Stations doing their duty and doing it well.
Now, let's take a look at your new face.
It's an amazing technique, Max, but the face is all wrong.
But Chief, Dr. Proctor himself said this is a perfect face for a secret agent. Because they're on the level.
$2,000 to see the dance. Sounds good. Let's cue that music and gentlemen, get dancing.
Come on, Buzz. And spinach ready to eat.
What happened to be outnumbered?
How do you figure that? You are 3, we are 3.
And the Ohm's thrusters are lost. He then switches to the re-entry control system to maintain attitude control. The computer has a solid-state, random access memory capable of storing over 160,000 information bits. Period of re-entry when the heat builds up. A roll rate of 15 degrees cancels out normal spacecraft lift. Starting from re-entry velocity of Mach number 25, temperature of the atmosphere immediately in front of the heat shield builds up to approximately 6,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Temperature of the bond line between the shield and the structure was measured at 225 degrees. It was designed to withstand over 500 degrees. The roll rate now stops.
From Cape Kennedy, astronauts Tom Stafford, Gene Cernan aboard, will be inserted into orbit in a little more than 6 minutes. At that time, their orbital speed will be 17,500 miles an hour, and they will have achieved orbit. The chase of the Agena target vehicle begins. A 70,000-mile chase will be completed on the third orbit, one orbit sooner than before in the other Gemini mission. Initially, the ATDA will be in circular orbit 185 miles high. It's achieved that now. Gemini in elliptical orbit 100 by 168 miles. Gemini behind by some 700 miles. 50 minutes after liftoff, the first Gemini maneuver takes place. The spacecraft nears its first apogee then, or its high point. The thrusters are fired and the catch-up rate is reduced. At this time, Gemini trails the target by 480 miles. And this shows how the two orbits are changed in relation to each other by that first Gemini maneuver. Now, 1 hour and 6 minutes later, the second maneuver takes place. That adjusts the catch-up rate again, the altitude, and brings the Gemini closer to the target plane. Now Gemini trails its target by a little more than 200 miles. And again, our animation shows how the firing of the Gemini thrusters will affect the relationship between the two spacecraft. You see how the Gemini is now at one point touching the orbit of the other. Now comes a third and very important Gemini maneuver, 2 hours and 20 minutes into the flight, near the high point on the second revolution of the Earth. This purpose to circularize finally that Gemini orbit at 168 miles high. That's 168 miles nautical, or 185 miles statute miles, and bring it into the same orbit approximately. Take that back. That's 168 statute miles. It brings it into the same orbit as the target vehicle, but below it. It's 150 miles behind and 17 miles below now. Now it's time for the radar to send out signals, lock on to the receiving transponder on the target. And it's almost 2.5 hours into the flight, and the terminal phase of the final catch-up's beginning. The Gemini spacecraft is closing rapidly on its target. As night falls, the Gemini crew can see a light aboard the target vehicle there in the distance, as you noticed. Now Gemini moves in. The onboard computers helping the crew make small corrective burns. The radar is functioning also. Finally, as the range closes to less than 5 miles, the crew begins a semi-optical approach to the target. That means they look at it, but they also use their instruments. Rendezvous will be achieved over the Indian Ocean near Australia. Now, when the Gemini spacecraft and the target are only about 50 feet apart, they'll start flying in formation. That is, just 50 feet apart, they'll fly around the world at 17,500 miles an hour until the actual docking begins over Hawaii. Now, slowly, the Gemini will close the final few feet until it nudges together with the target. Moves in there. 𝙚𝙧𝙧 said it's about like parking your car in a garage. But the vehicles are moving 17,500 miles an hour. However, at this point, in their relative speed, it's just about 1/3 of a mile an hour. And into the docking collar. That has to be done slowly and carefully, of course. Gemini 8 proved docking could be done, and the Gemini 9 crew are confident they're going to be successful. In actuality, there'll be more than one docking exercise in this flight. There are going to be a total of 9. The maneuver is going to be repeated many times to give these pilots, Stafford and CERN, a chance to try their hand and their skill at it. So this will be a familiar configuration for a good part of the flight of Gemini 9. You've seen how docking's accomplished now. Well, with the flight of Gemini 9, the launch here some 14 minutes away. The countdown is T-11 or 10 now of 10:57, but there's a 3-minute hold in there. So it's about 13 minutes and 52 seconds to launch. Jack Siegel at IBM standing by to explain the relation of speed and altitude in these complicated maneuvers. Jack?
Walter, we have a couple of displays, demonstrations that we can use to give you an idea of the relationship of speed versus altitude. Here, the computer has generated a display showing the Earth in the center and 3 Gemini spacecraft at various orbital levels. Now, let's start them in motion. And you'll see almost immediately that the one closest to Earth is moving fastest. The one furthest away is moving slowest. Now, let's stop for a minute to give you a better look. This is not because the one closest to Earth has the least distance to travel. It is actually moving faster. It has to move faster to stay away from the pull of gravity. It is continually falling in towards the Earth. The gravity attraction is stronger here, and so it moves the fastest to counteract that. Now, we have another display over here, a demonstration that we can use to give you an idea of the relationship of speed versus altitude. This surface has been shaped so that a ball moving around it acts somewhat like a planet moving around the sun or a satellite around the Earth. The surface is something like a wide cone, and the velocity that this ball has helps it stay up and counteract the pull of gravity. The surface friction of the ball and the cone actually act like the Earth's atmosphere to take velocity away from it, and it gradually goes back down in towards the Earth. Now let me show, here is, for instance, the ATDA in a high circular orbit, and here's the Agena. Now watch, you'll see the Agena's caught up, it is passed, now it is catching up again. Anything in a lower orbit is moving faster. We're able to get this across fairly easily with this demonstration. Now, Walter, we have one other thing that we can show you. Down in Houston recently, I was explaining this conical surface demonstration to astronaut Tom Stafford and trying to describe it to him, and he said, well, why don't you show something else that anybody can do in their homes? So here's something for any of your viewers.
These days, small cars can make a lot of sense. And here's one that makes more sense than most. New Holden Gemini, the little car full of big ideas. For convenience, Gemini comes complete with a single stalk that carries your trafficators, headlight dimmer, headlight and hazard warning light controls. They're all there, right at your fingertips. And see that control next to the horn button on the wheel? It's your windshield wiper and washer switch, right where you want it. Let's see how our family in the SL sedan are making out. And it's here, when you're off the beaten track, that Gemini really shines. It's Holden tested, and that means you can trust it to go and keep going over any sort of road surface. That four-coil suspension really works when it comes to soaking up the bumps, leaving you to ride in smooth comfort.
We appreciate your volunteering. You're a very good observer.
Maybe in the mental institution.
I can help you. You want me to, don't you? Get you out.
I need to go. In 1997, lost the entire population of the world. I am simply trying to gather information to help the people in the present.
12 Monkeys arrived late December of 1995 for limited screenings, and in early January of 96 it got its wide release. Costing about $30 million, it recouped around $168 million worldwide, making it director Terry Gilliam's most successful movie at the box office to this day. With its strong box office results, it was also very successful with critics, with many praising it for its story premise, unique ideas and performances from the stars Bruce Willis and Brad Pitt. Terry Gilliam was a director for hire. He didn't have any involvement with the script, but wanted to maintain his vision and cinematic style throughout. However, he had not proven successful in the Hollywood system. A lot of the studios never really grasped his vision and style, and most of the time failed to market his movies correctly. Gilliam experienced studio problems on Brazil, with Universal wanting to edit his movie and create a happy ending. For 12 Monkeys, they gave him. The screenplay was inspired by the 1962 short film 𝙚𝙧𝙩, which was shot entirely with still photographs. It's about a prisoner in the aftermath of World War III, back in time to gather information about a virus that has wiped out the majority of the world's population. It wiped out the majority of the world's population. The remaining survivors were forced to move underground. In the years that followed, scientists had engineered an imprecise distorted voicemail message to Cole, which gives the location of the army of the 12 Monkeys. They strongly believe that they are responsible for the path that gives the film its ambiguity. By the end, you come out thinking this is as Cole had indicated in the car to Catherine, that once he finds enough information, they will send someone back to work on the antidote. So if anyone was confused at all by the ending of The Lady Next to Dr. Peters, now you know. But everyone has their own ideas on what the real meaning is behind the film's ending. Stuck there. The homeless guy says you can't be tracked if you remove your teeth. That could imply there are many others who are wandering around from the future. One of the mad protesters shouts to Cole that he is one of us. You have red light, and Scotty saw Judy emerge within a green light. Virus. I love films that are thought-provoking, and after viewing it you're left with questions on how things transpire.
You can't trick us, you know. It wouldn't work.
No, sir.
Then they took everything about me and put it into a computer where they created this model of my mind. Yes, use that model.
And 33 million Americans have now filed for unemployment. U.S. officials are saying this is a catastrophe. on par with 9/11, and 33 million Americans have Pearl Harbor. And 33 million Americans have the U.S. government of dropping the ball. And 33 million Americans have Governor Andrew Cuomo has found some saviors to help reimagine New York in the aftermath of the pandemic. And 33 million Americans have billionaires. And 33 million Americans have... Cuomo has given Eric Schmidt, the CEO of Google, and 33 million Americans have the task of helping to reimagine New York in the aftermath of the pandemic with telehealth, remote learning, and broadband.
Probably the best mind in this country, if not on the globe, to do this is...
And 33 million Americans have...
I believe...
And 33 million Americans have medical records of millions and their ownership of Fitbit. And 33 million Americans have...
And whether they will be recognizable as public schools at all.
The Gates Foundation are big advocates of Common Core. And 33 million Americans have an initiative aimed at advancing America's performance. And 33 million Americans have...
Michael Bloomberg has volunteered.
And 33 million Americans have...
Oral. He stepped down on Saturday following allegations of personal misconduct and misuse of company assets. He has denied all of those allegations. Lost more than a third of its market value over the past 18 months.
Yeah, well, thanks so much for saying that. It's a pleasure to be here. It's sinking a little bit. It's an exciting time on the Villanova campus. We're a school of about 10,000 students total in that direction, because when you look at the savvy of a company like Amazon in aggregating data about consumers.
In 1966, the Star Trek saga began. 33 years later, the story is far from over.
33 years old!
This year. Did you guys see earlier in the show, we introduced you to Karen and Rick? They've waited 33 years for their second date.
And said, okay, we have enough. You know, I'm retired now.
He was just 33 years old.
The second location is the Hideaway Farm, about a mile from the museum. Johnny Cash owned the farm for 33 years and called it the center of his universe.
33, Scottie Pippen, one of the NBA's greatest players of all time.
And what else could one say? 33 years with the smartest, hippest.
Here at 2.5 atmospheres, somewhere deep below the sea. This you should never try at home.
Pythagoras.
Ah, got a nice little fizz to it.
A squared plus B squared equals flat coast.
One of the advantages of living under the ocean. Thank you.
Would you please welcome a Charleston, West Virginia native who played the game with incredible flair. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, of the lovely number 33.
And respond to hostage and related incidents. When we first encounter a subject who's in crisis, my decision in becoming a hostage negotiator was really the safest way, and we get to go home at night.
His special needs didn't stand in the way of more than 30 years on the job.
Well, Stephen, after those more than 30 years, it's impossible to know how many people Daniel Leibrink has served. But we can promise you this: wishes for a job well done, and a reminder to all of the value and joy of work.
He just loves to work, loves to be a part of the community.
Well, Daniel's next stop will be Munising. That's where he plans to spend a lot of time on the beach on his brand new Detroit Tigers towel.
Yes.
Can you see?
Oh my goodness.
Wow, can you see, Larry?
Yes.
A man gets bionic eyes and is able to see again after 33 years. I'm Kat Jovi and I have all the eye-opening details for you right here on I.O.
An international activist has been nominated 6 times, 6 years in a row for the Nobel Peace Prize and will be 65 this September, marking his 33rd year in prison. Jehan Hafiz, APTVS, Washington.
Out to honor the big guy by encasing his jersey in glass, never again to be worn by another Laker, and there was a certain magic in the air at the Forum.
Take a moment to recognize our colleague here at Channel 8, Sean McKay. He loves this. This week marks his 33rd year here at WFAA.
Hey, nice day today.
A little hot again.
A little hot.
Yeah.
It's June, Marie.
I know.
Did you think it was going to be cool?
No. A girl can
I always think.
But he's about building character, about student athletes here at the university. I mean, he is a mentor for our coaches, for our students, and I will say for our administration as well. He is part and parcel to what this athletic program is all about. So in honor of John Cunningham, of JC, we think it is appropriate as we dedicate Cunningham Field tonight, if you would please look out towards the Cunningham Field sign. For the first time in our program's history, I want you to know that no athlete or coach will ever wear the number 33 again.
Daughter the shot! Give my daughter the shot! Give my daughter the shot!
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Hey, what's up everybody? It's Perez, the queen of all media, in front of my castle, and I am at my 33rd birthday party, which this year I'm calling my blue ball, hence I'm in all blue, and everybody arriving is in blue as well.
For Christopher Reddy's arrival at the ISS.
In 2014, we launched about 33 of them, all out from the space station.
Hello, Flat Earth, brothers and sisters.
So I wanted to, first of all, say 33 years and sing a song.
Get the VIP 'cause I'm a 33.
You're listening to The Voluntary Life, where you can hear ideas for finding freedom in an unfree world.
Happy birthday, you're 33. Happy, happy birthday.
Well, you know what, you've been gone only 12 lonely hours. You know it seemed like 33 years.
years, 12,053 days, 289,278 hours, 17,356,680 minutes, 1,041,400,800 seconds.
It's been 33 wonderful years at FAC, but the journey doesn't end here. We are making room for future generations at our brand new facility, 1331 William Blount Drive, projected to open soon. 80,000 square feet of classrooms, offices, gymnasiums, and auditoriums, all used for one purpose.
1983. That's crazy. That's 33 years ago. So 33 years later, they thought they would go ahead and remake
Mason. What you doing, Mason? 33. Where you going, Mason? Let it be. What you gonna do? What you gonna see? What you doing, Mason? 33. What you doing, Mason? Let it 33, 33, 33. What you doing, Mason? What you doing? Where you going, Mason? What you brewing? What you doing, Mason? What you doing? Where you going, Mason? What kind of stuff are you making? What you doing, Mason? 33, 33, 33, 33. What you doing, Mason? 33, 33. What you doing, Mason? 33, 33, 33. Are you with Allah or the Kabbalah? Just hanging around with spheres. Between them is a nice little random piece of pine cone. Why you like a third so much, huh, Mason? Figured out. What you doing? What you brewing? Where you taking us? What you losing? Lose my mind. Who made me? Where you going? Who made this? What is it? I see. Mason. What's up with the symbolism, Mason? Special school. What you doing, Mason? 33, 33, 33, 33. What you doing, Mason? 33, 33, 33, 33. What you doing, Mason? 33, 33, 33. Where you going, Mason? Where you doing? Who you chasing? What you brewing? What you thinking? What you drinking? What you thinking? Mason, what you doing, Mason? 33, 33, 33, 33. Where you going, Mason? Without me, without me, without me, without me. Everywhere with the symbolism, thinking of hypnotism, trying to keep us with our own brains and our own minds, thinking we're the ones insane. 33, 33, 33, 33. What you doing, Mason? 33, 33, 33. What is it? Where is it? Hidden in this circle of the world. Or is it a square? Circle in the sky, triangles up, asking please, please, why am I in this realm? What you doing, Mason? What you doing? Doing, Mason? Where you going? Take us again.
It's a big club.
What you doing, Mason?
You ain't in.
Ewing with the spin. Ewing, yes! 1/8 seconds.
Why is everyone so fucking stupid?
Is Earth as seen from Saturn? Here's an image taken only 45,000 kilometers away. The famous blue.
Just go to the moon. Penguin, penguin, penguin. Penguin, penguin, penguin.
Is a special interest, but we will serve the citizen.
Penguin, penguin, penguin. What it would take to fake a moon landing. Penguin, penguin, penguin.